And we are live on YouTube and recording. We're ready, Marianne. Thank you.
The flag, please.
Yes, give me 1 minute. I am sharing the screen.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty
and justice
for all.
Okay, so welcome everybody. This is the Sag Harbor Village Harbor Committee. It's June 2nd, 2022. We have present here Will Sharp, John Parker, Herb Samble, myself, Marianne Eddy. Lily Fell will be joining us in about a half an hour. We also have Chuck Voorhees and Fred Thiel. Did I miss anybody?
No.
Okay. So the minutes. This was such a weighty package to get through. I didn't really look at the minutes. Did anybody have a chance to look at the minutes? Should we do that or should we roll them over?
How about you want to roll them over at the end of the meeting? Because that's two sets that will be...
Yes, let's do that. Put it at the end of the meeting and we can take a look.
Okay.
Hi, Jackie. I'm at the meeting.
We'll come back. We'll come back
Okay.
at the end of the meeting.
Can you mute the audience, Doris?
I sent them to you.
Sure.
Okay. So this is a period of time when anybody in the audience can come up and comment on any issue that they like. They have 2 minutes apiece. Is there anybody from the audience who would like to address the Harbor Committee? Do you see any hands, Doris?
I am looking right now. I do not see any hands so far. No hands.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda is correspondence requiring action. We have 2 items here.
Doris, excuse me, I think Maria Bannister was raising her hand. She's muted, but she did raise her hand.
Okay.
I couldn't get the mechanical one to work, the RD one. I want to know if you are going to address the questions that we sent in to you, so I don't have to say them out loud. They were there. I sent an email with the 3 questions in it, and you got other emails, I believe.
Is this in reference to a particular application?
Yes, it was the notice that I received from you for this meeting suggested that if we have comments and questions, we could send them in to you. So I was wondering if they were going to be addressed.
Right. Can you tell us which application you're concerned with? We have several on the agenda.
18th Street. 18th.
Southview Avenue?
Yeah, 18th.
Okay. It's on the agenda, and I think probably the best time for you to address the committee is when we open the public hearing for that particular application.
Okay.
Okay, and that's towards the end of the meeting. So stay tuned, don't get discouraged. We will get to it. Nobody gets to eat dinner until we finish. So,
okay.
Anybody else? Okay.
Hey, folks.
Yeah. Yes. You can speak. Am I muted or am I unmuted?
You're not on mute.
I'm concerned about 59 Howard Street.
Can we just state your name for the record, please?
Certainly. Augusta Folks.
Thank you.
Folks.
So, Ms. Folks, that's also on the agenda?
Yes, it is.
So it will be a part of our discussion of new business. And when we get to it, we'll open a public hearing. We'll have a presentation by the application, and then the public can comment.
That's fine.
Stay calm. Stay patient, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Will, you have the sharp eyes.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay. So moving on now to correspondence requiring action. The first thing that's up is 64 Germain. Is there anybody here to speak to this discussion item? Correspondence, rather. Is Dennis Downs here?
I don't see his.
Okay.
I'm looking.
Yeah, it's usually alphabetical. I don't see him.
I think so. Okay. Thank you, dear. Listen, if you don't figure out.
Doris, we spoke briefly when we realized it was 64 Germain. Did you have a chance to look to see when we originally issued this wetlands?
Yes, I did. 2016.
So it was 2016, and then it was what, renewed in 2018?
I didn't confirm that. I just have the approval. That was the original approval.
Wait, there's I'm sorry. So there's an approval that was issued in 2016.
Correct.
That would have expired in 2018.
Correct. Yes.
Fred, what do we do in this situation? We've had that's a long time. That's 4 years.
Well, at a minimum, typically, the board does. We usually issue a permits. They're usually for 2-year periods. I think the maximum they can be is for 3 years, but they're typically 2. And we certainly entertain extensions of permits. That's certainly provided under the code, as long as there isn't any substantial change in conditions. But now we have a permit that, that basically expired 4 years ago.
Right.
So I think before the board could do anything, they would at least want to have Chick go out and, review the file and have them look at the site to see whether there's been any substantial change.
Well, I can tell you they're working on the site. I drive by it all the time on Germain Avenue.
Yeah. There's
been activity there. So, yeah, I think it's a great idea for Chick to go there, and we might.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the circumstance where somebody's got a permit and, this happens from time to time where the 2 years is up and maybe it's been expired for a couple of months. It's the same application. You go, you look at the site, nothing's changed. And typically we grant those extensions. This is 4 years.
Right.
So, I think I'm not saying that if everything is unchanged, basically that we couldn't do an extension in spite of the amount of time, if everything is basically the same and there's nothing to be learned through an additional application or hearing. But we don't have that information now. So I think, we need a site visit and, kind of a comparison with what was approved, what's there now, before the board can render, any kind of decision on trying to extend this permit.
So should we be asking the building inspector to put a stop work order on this?
Well, if they're doing work without a permit, yes. I mean, I'm not personally aware of those facts, but if, listen, if they don't have, well, let me ask this. I mean, do they have a permit? Did they get a permit afterwards? Or it's unclear to me.
I don't know.
Did they ever get? I think we got to get all the information. I mean, this letter came in like 2 days ago, right? I mean,
it was yesterday.
Yesterday. So I think we have to run down all the facts on this before, I mean.
How do we do that? Call Dennis Downs?
Well, I mean, he's certainly representing them, and I think we should check with the building inspector also.
Okay.
Yeah, I can work with Doris. I can just add a slight bit of information. I started around June of 2016. I don't have a file on this. So I think this was done in the early part of 2016 originally, probably extended, without any real discussion because that was normal. 2 years after the permit. So I would have to work with Doris to get file information, visit the site, and advise the committee.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know, is this a case where they got their wetlands permit and then got a building permit and haven't finished under the building permit, and somebody's, they're asking, is the wetlands permit still in view? Or did they get their wetlands permit and never get a building permit? I mean, all those things are relevant. I don't know the answer to that.
I might be hasty to say there's construction going on there, but the site has been cleaned up and there's been pickup trucks there. So
they could be doing cleanup. Who knows? But
who knows?
We need more information. I don't think you can make a decision on an extension tonight.
And how do we go about getting that information?
You come to the building department, Marianne, and we have information in the file. And there is an existing permit for maintenance and structural support of pre-existing 2-story brick building.
And when was that issued?
Looks like it was issued permit day 11/05/2020.
Okay.
That sounds like a building permit, right, Doris?
Right. It's to perform only the following work for the following maintenance and structural support of pre-existing 2-story brick building, and it goes on the extent of permit.
Maintenance doesn't require a permit, so they wouldn't have to come to us for a wetlands permit. But we need more information, and the responsibility is on the applicant to provide the information, I think, and certainly you can check and see what the building inspector has also.
Well, I think we just found out what the building inspector has. Or
maybe I don't know if that's everything. That's certainly one thing.
Okay.
I assume Dennis Downs isn't on the meeting here tonight to explain.
I don't see him.
No.
Fred, I do have one question though. In theory, anyway, if we have a permit and an applicant is asking that the permit be extended, if the law has changed in between the original application and the request to extend, do they have to meet the original law or the amended law?
And the answer is it depends, right? So, did they do anything? Did they take enough activities to vest their rights in that permit? And, that's going to be dependent on the facts of the case. If they didn't do anything and the law changes, they haven't vested their rights. But if they have a permit and they had taken some action, then they would have vested their rights, and the new laws wouldn't apply to them.
Would they apply if there's been a gap in terms of if a permit has expired and then 2 years have gone by, and during that 2 years after it expired, the law had changed?
Well, that's why I'd want to know whether or not they have any kind of building permit from us and what the status of that building permit is.
Okay.
And I would just point out that this was approved in 2016, which not only was before Chick, which was before me. So I don't have anything on this either. But, the big change in the wetlands law was done in 2015. Right. So, this application was subjected to the standards of the new law. I don't think there's been any real changes in setbacks or, substantive requirements. I mean, we've made some minor tweaks to the law, but I'm not sure there's anything that would be a major change from when this was approved.
The septic system requirements would
septic system, that's true.
And I'll just note,
but they may have a permit that remember there's a grandfather clause for septic systems too that were granted before a certain date before we made the change to the IA. So
right. If they met all of this lapse, then it seems like we could go back and tell them they need an IA system.
Well, again,
we'll find out.
We need more information.
Okay.
I just want to add something since it may pertain to another one on the agenda. Chapter 285-11 talks about renewal, modification, transfer, and it does say upon written request filed at least 30 days prior to the expiration date of a permit issued pursuant to this chapter, the applicant shall be entitled to apply for modification of an existing permit. And if the authority finds there's no change in the natural or physical conditions or characteristics of the site, which would warrant reconsideration of the permit, and if proposed modifications will not result in any new adverse impacts to wetlands. So there is this provision that contemplates a request 30 days prior to expiration.
No question. But we have, sometimes people meet that deadline. A lot of times they haven't with these extensions. And I think the key word is if you're within 30 days, you're entitled to the extension.
Entitled to apply, actually.
And if you're late, you're not. And if you're 4 years late, then I think there's a really, there's a legitimate question as to whether or not there's a change in circumstance.
Well, I think it's also changed ownership. I think that property was for sale for quite a while. I don't know if it ever changed hands or it was just an attempt to change hands. Okay. So
before we go on, Doris, can you let in John Ellsworth and Brant Reiner, who are in the audience?
And Lily.
Oh.
Yes.
And Lily, she's...
I don't see Lily.
She needs you to send her Zoom access. She doesn't have her government website, apparently.
I'm in, Chick, just so everyone knows I'm here.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. John, I think, is here as well.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. So the next correspondence requiring action is the coastal consistency review for the Peconic Jitney passenger ferry. Is there somebody here in the audience who would like to lead this discussion?
Marianne, I'll introduce John Ellsworth with NPV, and he performed a review of the coastal consistency and also transmitted the memos, or at least prepared the memos that were circulated prior to the meeting.
Okay.
This is for the actual special use permit. About a couple of months ago, the committee took up a related matter on the enactment of the legislation establishing passenger ferry as a special permit use. And that was just on the legislation. Now we're talking about the actual siting of the ferry at Long Wharf. And we went through the same exercise as we did with the legislation in a bit more detail because it is specific to the application. And one of the more important things to consider is that this is a water dependent use. Obviously has to be sited on the waterfront. The information that the applicant has submitted indicates that the Long Wharf is an appropriate location for this. That's where the pilot program was conducted in 2012. So this is going to be kind of a mirror of what was done back then. And it will cover the summer season. It's like 3 or 4 months out of the year. They're going to be operating the ferry. During July and August, it'll be daily operations from about, I think it's from 9 o'clock to 10 p.m. And then outside of that window for a couple of weeks on either side, it'll be weekend operations. And then for the rest of the year, the ferry won't be operating at that location. The improvements they're proposing involve installing a bracket on the top of the bulkhead so that the gangway, which is stowed on the boat, can connect securely to the bulkhead. They're also proposing to put a bumper on the face of the bulkhead and a small sign with the ferry schedule, which is actually required by Suffolk County, who granted the license agreement. They obviously also need a similar approval for the ferry landing in Greenport. And that's it in a nutshell. We went through the whole list of policies in the LWRP, and the conclusion is that it is, our conclusion and our recommendation is that it is consistent with the LWRP.
I have several questions. Should I lead off, or does anybody else have burning questions they want to ask first? All right, I take that as a no. So this is the Mickey Murphy, right? The ferry?
It is, I don't know the name of this specific boat that they're proposing. My understanding is that it's similar to the vessel that was used in 2012, but is not the exact same boat.
Right. So in the application, it calls it the Mickey Murphy. And in the application, it gives two different sets of dimensions. One set is length overall 53 by 18, almost 19 feet. And then in another place, it's got it smaller. So to break the tie, I went up to and Googled it. And this is a retired or transitioned New York water taxi. And the larger dimensions are, in fact, if you want to believe that, the Google, it is larger. I'm very interested in knowing what the mass of this ferry is going to be in comparison to the one that was here before. The one that was here before was kind of small and cute and almost quaint. I think that there's ferries that are quite a bit larger, and I'd like to see a direct, feet to inches, height, length, width, etc., from the old ferry to the new one, so that I have in my mind a visual of the kind of mass that we're talking about sitting at the end of Long Wharf. The other thing that concerns me is they say that it's like 15-minute turnaround, and they base that off of 2012. Well, from what I understand, 2012 never made them any money. So I don't think they would be doing it again, expecting not to make any money. And according to your documentation, in 2012, there was an average of 19 passengers per trip. So it's pretty easy to think you could get 19 people and their stragglers off the ferry and another 19 coming on. But the ferry now is going to have up to 53 passengers. That's by reservation, but then they say they'll be available to have walk-ons. And I'm wondering how many walk-ons they're going to permit over and above the 53. So that's, I think, a question. It's hard to believe that they would be operating this not expecting to have more volume, passenger volume, than what they had in 2012. And I would like to see some truing up there as to what their actual business plan is. Another question I have is, I don't know where, I think I heard once, but I'm not sure where this boat spends the night. And there's no mention as to how they're managing all the garbage from this boat. I mean, they're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think they're expecting to offload garbage on either Sag Harbor or Greenport, but I think that there might be some mention in this application as to how they deal with the solid waste and the liquid waste. I assume that there's bathrooms on these boats and how that's being handled. Because a lot of the LWRP and the Coastal Consistency Review has to do with preservation of the environment. So we would like to see that those questions are answered. Pump out boat, I don't know, garbage facility. I don't think we have the capability of handling it in Sag Harbor or the desire to handle it in Sag Harbor. Also, I found there was discrepancies in the operating times. It says from 8 o'clock till midnight in the application, but the schedule only shows to like 10 o'clock, starting at 9 o'clock. So it's a little slippery there as to what we can expect. It talks about bicycles, and this is getting really picky, I know, but bicycles on a moving boat, are there racks for those bikes to be anchored, or are they just people going to be holding on to their bicycle while they're doing a 45-minute water journey? I'm also wondering whether or not this is ADA compliant. I didn't see any mention of that in the application. And in another portion here, when there's this drawing of Long Wharf, and this has got the smaller dimensions on, it's got the wharf over here. This is the wharf. I think that's the northwest corner of the Long Wharf, correct? Northwest here? In
yes,
the application, it says that it's going to be tying up to the northeast corner of the Long Wharf, which would put it over there by that big plastic Kisses boat, I believe. So I think that's probably another sort of inconsistency. And then on page 10 under H, it says, is it within 2,000 feet of New York State DEC environmental site remediation? And it says no. And 2,000 feet is roughly a half a mile, a little less than a half a mile. And there's the gas ball, which is less than a half a mile for sure. That was a remediation site. And there's also the front yard of the Breakwater Yacht Club, which is not very far away, which was also a remediation site. I don't know if this ends up impacting life and values in Sag Harbor, but it's an inconsistency and it's an error, I believe. There may be other remediation sites. There's the Bulova watch case factory. So we're full of remediation sites here in Sag Harbor. And then it says that it's not over, above, or appending any single source aquifer. And I think all of Long Island is a single source aquifer. So I think you might want to review that. Page 11 under L. And then on page 12, there's something under Q that's supposedly continued somewhere, but I couldn't find any place where it was continued. And then under the coastal assessment form on page 6, and this is my last comment, it says something about stormwater runoff, and it's that it answers in the affirmative that it's managing stormwater runoff. And I'm kind of curious let me just look at that. Will best management practices be utilized to control stormwater runoff into coastal waters? I have no idea what that's about. And then the other thing, and this is a cosmetic thing, but if this is the boat, the Mickey Murphy that was the water taxi in New York City, they were painted like New York City taxis. And I think that was great in New York City. I'm not sure that it's so applicable or, fits the environment here in Sag Harbor. And I think one of the things the LWRP talks about is the view shed. And it talks about, harmonious views. So I think we'd like to see an image of how that boat is going to be painted or decorated or whatever. I certainly hope it doesn't look like a New York City taxi. So does anybody else have any comments?
I do. This is Will Sharp. Trustee Korsh brought up a really interesting thought, which was, have you researched the possibility of embarking over by the dinghy dock? Obviously, something would have to be built there, but is there any navigation restrictions that would preclude that? Because that may help in terms of congestion, et cetera. And I thought, I'm in favor of the ferry in concept. I think it's an interesting idea. So I would support the application. I thought Mary Ann brought up some really good questions. But I think we always ask for practicable alternatives, and it seems like it was only discussed at the end of the wharf. But when Trustee Korish brought up that dinghy dock area, I thought that was a very interesting question.
There's another idea that I think is even better, because the dinghy dock services, all those dinghies service all the boats that are out there in the harbor. And there must be, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, I don't know how many dinghies there are, but a lot. And that might be a bit hazardous, having dinghies coming in and out while the ferry's coming in and out. But also the idea, this boat only has a 3-foot draft. And I think it's also possible that the village could sacrifice 1 or 2 slips over at Marine Park and possibly come into Marine Park.
Yeah.
There are boats over there that I think draw more than a Beneteau. A friend of mine has a Beneteau over there, and I'm sure that draws more than 3 feet.
And then it could be less congestion in the village itself because you're off on the side a little bit.
Correct. But yet not out of circulation.
Correct.
So from what I've read in the press, Greenport has not granted an actual dock, that there is a restaurant, I believe it's privately owned, and they are going to, correct me if I'm wrong, allow you to berth there. It wasn't clear.
Claudio's,
how much that was, if that was in fact where everything's going to happen. But it looks like there's a lot of issues at both ends of the project.
Is there somebody who's going to answer questions about this?
I don't know if there's anyone here that represents the Jitney. This is kind of a referral to something that's been pending with the village board. And we do have certain timeframes for LWRP consistency input on those matters that are spelled out in the code.
Yeah, 30 days, Chick, 30 from the referral.
That's right. So certainly, there are some questions that we can't answer that would have to come from someone that's familiar with the operation. There may be some consistency things that we can certainly tune up and review. Based on that, it sounds like, and Marianne, I'll have to take your lead, but the Harbor Committee may not be comfortable making this recommendation this evening. And then, the code kind of takes over as far as what options there are to the permitting agency. So, good questions. I don't think John or I will be able to answer them tonight. We'd have to do some exploration and may have to reach out to the Jitney company.
I think you will. So when is the 30 days up? When was this formally given to us? When did the clock start ticking? I know they think that they're going to start operating like the middle of June, which is within a couple of weeks, I believe. I think I read that somewhere like June 17th, or I don't know. But I don't think this can wait until the next meeting is where I'm going. But I do feel like we deserve answers to these questions.
Well, Chick, if we're not satisfied with what's presented here, I would assume we can just vote against this.
Well, you have to remember, you're making a recommendation. You don't have an approval here. So you make a recommendation to the village board, which can accept it or reject it. But it is a recommendation. So, you'll make whatever that recommendation is to the village board, and they'll make a decision. But they ultimately make the determination, but they get your recommation.
Right, regardless of what
we could recommend against this or say that it's not consistent, at least in part based upon a lack of information or information that we believe has been presented, which is not correct. And I would include in that the characterizations of the 2012 a previous trial of this, which I thought was and most people had concluded was a complete failure. And I could go down and list the bases on which I say that. But it seems to me that if we have limited time, and if we don't have complete information, or anybody who can provide additional information, that we certainly could say that based upon the information provided, that we can't find that this is consistent.
Well, is there a third thing? Can we get information back? And actually, they probably want to vote on this at the village board meeting next Tuesday. You think or is it the week after? Maybe it's the week after. It's the 14th, I believe.
I think that's correct. 14th.
Yes, that is correct, Marianne. They have a public hearing scheduled on June 14th at 6 p.m. Trustees.
So what would the committee like to do? Just one possibility is to vote against this positive recommendation. Number two, hold it open and hope for more information. And that we could meet again by Zoom sometime for this single purpose, sometime perhaps the end of next week. Or I guess one possibility is to approve it, but I don't hear anybody coming out strongly that you would like to just go ahead and give it a positive recommendation.
I'd like to get more information and do a Zoom meeting, I think.
One of the big areas of concern for me are the landward impacts, specifically the parking situation. There is a section in the what is this called? The Memorandum of Special Exemption Standards, and there is a section of parking. They do deal with or address the questions that Marianne raised about runoff and waste, that there is a private contractor to take care of all that none of that will impact the Sag Harbor side. But
where did you see that? I didn't see that. I went through this with a fine tooth comb, Herb.
Well, it wasn't that fine because I have it under the Memorandum Special Exception Standards Application of Peconic Jitney. That's in my package that I picked up on Tuesday.
Okay. All right. I believe
so they do talk about contracting that off. They talk about parking for employees of the Jitney being in Greenport. But when they talk about off-street parking, they say the flat answer is an adequate number of parking spaces already exist in the village to accommodate the ferry passengers. And I mean, I'd like to see if there was any kind of study on that or evaluation of that. They also say that pickups and drop-offs will be prohibited at the end of the wharf. Now, how are they going to do that? So these are just some simple things, basic things that I think should be addressed.
Well, I know I just went to the Jazz Festival in New Orleans. You could not take your Uber right to the door. There was a drop-off.
Yeah.
So that might be something that the village would want to do, is have like an Uber pickup and drop-off point.
Well, however they do it, but I think that would be one of our questions, or that would be one of the areas we don't have any information. And the lack of parking, I mean, to say that there's adequate parking in the village, even though maybe that's not technically our jurisdiction, it's just not true on its face. So there you go.
Well, but if I can add to that, I mean, parking affects access. It affects access to water uses that we're trying to promote.
There you go. Perfect.
If you can't park, you can't get to the water use. If you want to fish off the end of Long Wharf, but there's no parking space within 2 miles for you to get there, it really rules that out. I mean, the experiment in 2012, I can recall distinctly, there was parking to be provided at the high school, and there was to be a shuttle from there, and that was to alleviate any parking issues, except nobody used it. So people parked down at Main Street and the other parking areas. The merchants who this was sort of sold to as if this would be a boon to their businesses, found instead, and I can quote different merchants if you like, found instead that it hurt them because it made it more difficult for their normal clientele to park and participate, to shop, or to go to restaurants, because parking spaces that would normally be used by persons going to their establishments were being used by persons going to restaurants in Greenport. And that the traffic principally was one of people parking in Sag Harbor to go to Greenport and shop or go to restaurants rather than the other way around. So I think it had a significant negative impact on the village. And I'm frankly surprised that there's even a reapplication. I suppose that the thought is that after 10 years, people wouldn't remember that first trial and the results of it.
You know, just to counter that just briefly, is Nada Berry got up at the village board meeting and she said she thought it was great for her business in 2012. That's one voice, but it was one voice who thought that it was a positive.
I also think the population since 2012, I mean, golly, in 10 years, how much has it tripled out here, doubled plus? And the tourism.
How much worse is the parking and traffic in that 10 years?
Tremendously worse.
Okay, so what are we asking of John? Is it John? I'm sorry, John, Mr. Ellsworth?
Yep.
Are we asking him to come back with more details? I know there's that they put in the application something about the Sag Harbor Loop, which was news to me. I'd never heard of that before, but how they think that it's going to avoid increasing our parking worries. And then there were the questions that I had and Will has, and the possibility of these other locations for docking. I don't think any of those are so meaty that we couldn't get a turnaround. This was Thursday. Do you think we could possibly meet on Wednesday or something and have those, or would they prefer to just go without our commenting, without the Harbor Committee giving a positive review? I don't know. I haven't polled the members here. That's not my job. I don't know whether or not even with all these answers, people will vote to give it a positive recommendation. So what do you want to do, John?
That's up to the committee. Yeah, there are certainly some factual pieces of information that they can clarify. I don't think between now and Wednesday they're going to solve the parking problem. So they can work as hard as they want until Wednesday to come up with answers to these questions. And like Chick said, it's not us; these are their operational issues. So we would have to go to them. But they're not going to be able to do a parking study that is going to show that they have sufficient parking by Wednesday.
Right.
I mean, even such things as, in terms of the ferry, what we've been given in terms of diagrams or charts here are the vaguest, roughest ones that you could possibly find. I don't know where they went back to get those. But for instance, a relevant question is, what's the distance between the end of the ferry to the channel that runs right off the end of Longmoor? Does the ferry protrude into the channel? How many feet is it from the end of from the channel? Will it be blocking navigation either while docked or while docking or undocking? I mean, I think those are very relevant questions as to its impact on other water-dependent uses.
And I think the dimensions, to John's point, the dimensions, whether or not it's 47 feet long or 53 feet long, that's a big difference.
Well, I mean, and I would just expect that if you're trying to show people how it will or will not impact something, that you're going to actually use a chart that shows the channel rather than using a chart that doesn't. And maybe there was another chart that I didn't see which showed that, and I'd be happy for somebody to show it to me.
Well, maybe all we can really do is in our referral letter to the trustees, we just point out the areas where we think there's inadequate information to make a valid recommendation. and by implication for them to approve it without getting that additional information. I mean, maybe that's the best we can do at this point.
Yeah, but you know what? I would like them to go on record with sort of remedying some of the inconsistencies in the application. But I agree with you, Herb. I agree with you. I think that might be where we end up, but I would like to see the answers to some of those questions.
Well, we could certainly try and see what happens. So
yeah. Or they may just say, forget Harbor Committee.
Right. Right.
All right.
So we have notes, like there were a couple of things talked about, Marianne, just for clarification. Herb suggested indicating back where there's inadequate information to make a recommendation. Is that something that you would like us to draft, or shall we just endeavor to seek answers to these questions and then report back to the committee through Doris?
I think that if you have a list of the questions that we enumerated, I think it would be good to go to them, because regardless of what happens, I would like to go on record as to how big this ferry is, because it's, you know, from the difference in the set of dimensions, it's like 15, possibly 20% bigger in terms of cubic feet, passenger carrying area, which just in terms of mass at the end of the Long Wharf could, I'd just like to know. Let's know what we're getting here. I'd like to know how they're going to paint this thing. I'm concerned about the turnaround time, because I just can't believe they're in this endeavor thinking that they're going to have an average of 19 passengers. Why would they do that? They didn't make money in 2012 on 19 passengers average. Why would they gin this up and go through all this trouble to do it again for an average of 19 passengers and lose more money? So I don't know, maybe I'm missing the point somewhere, but you know, I'm not quite getting it. So the garbage question that you had an answer to, Herb, that was as far as solid waste. Did it talk about liquid waste, where they're getting rid of, where their pump out is?
It doesn't specifically, but as I read it, it was implied. But let me look. I can read you exactly what it says. Runoff and waste. It does adequate provisions. This is the statement from the form, which is adequate provisions we made for the collection and disposal of stormwater runoff and of sanitary sewage, refuse, or other waste, whether liquid, solid, etc. Peconic Jitney will engage a company for waste removal, and no waste will be deposited in any village receptacle.
Okay, great.
The vessel will also comply with discharge regulations.
Okay, good.
Where is it being pumped out?
That's as far as it goes, really, as far as I can see.
Well, I'm just throwing out that question. I mean,
right.
where are they pumping out the septic waste?
Right.
Here.
I think that'd be good to know.
Chick, I also have a question that's I think is relevant for you. I mean, we did, and I'm forgetting the year, but it was a couple of years ago, a consistency review of the reconfiguring of Long Wharf when they were rebuilding Long Wharf. And there were specific questions asked and answered about how Long Wharf was going to be used. Among those was whether there would be boats docked at the end of Long Wharf, both on the side and on the end. And we were told that they would not be. And we approved the reconstruction plans and said that this was consistent with the LWRP based upon what was represented at that time. Part of the reconfiguration of Long Wharf was to make it much more user friendly for the public, not just those people who had yachts, but for the public who might want to visit and sit there and view the water and fish and, et cetera. And the end of Long Wharf was changed for that purpose. I find I'd have a problem with doing two consistency reviews within a couple of years of each other, which are inconsistent with each other. In other words, one review where we said the changes to Long Wharf to make it more available for the public and certain types of uses would be consistent. And now we're being asked to approve and to grant a positive consistency review with changes which would make it less accessible for those same members of the public. And I see that as a problem.
John, I cut out there. My computer actually crashed, so I'm back on my cell phone.
Oh, no.
But I got...
You mean I have to repeat all that?
I'm so sorry. I mean, I got the gist of it that we did an LWRP consistency review on Long Wharf a couple of years ago, and you want to make sure that we're not undermining or somehow being inconsistent with that prior decision. I'm sure there was more to it, but I cut out and I'm sorry.
No, I think that's right, Chick. And I think what we want to do is just go back, and you're the best one to do this. Go back as to what our understanding was in terms of the use of boats tying up and using the sides and the end of Long Wharf, what the understanding was. My understanding was that boats were not going to be tied up to the ends of the wharf, the sides of the wharf, but I don't necessarily have a best memory. I think one of the other things, if you didn't get it, is I'd like to have a better idea of what their schedule is. Are they going till midnight? It said midnight. So
I know you mentioned operating hours in the beginning, and I did take that down.
Okay. All right. Has everybody?
At least I hope I did. I might have lost it. When my computer crashed. But John and Brant may be taking notes too.
Okay. So do we have a plan here? John, I think you're going to go back to your client and see whether or not they're willing to give us some answers to these questions.
Well, just to be clear, they're not our client.
Okay.
But we will go to them and pose these questions to them.
Okay. And then get back to us, hopefully by tomorrow, whether or not they're going to give us more information or whether or not they want us to go forward with what we know now. And if they are going to be forthcoming with more information, it would probably be good if we got that on Wednesday. So we might be able to do a Zoom on Thursday to review the information that they've given us. And I'm not even sure whether or not all the right answers to these questions is going to get them a positive referral. I don't know. Like Will, I like the ferries, but I have some hesitations that some of these questions may clear up. Other people have more reservations.
I would just in general ask, I mean, what do people think the village of Sag Harbor needs most? Well, the thing they need least, I think most people would tell you, is more cars. What will a ferry bring is more cars.
Well, people will counter that, John, and say, well, those people might have driven here, and then they would still be parking. So it's not like the only reason the cars would end up here is to take the ferry. They might be taking their cars,
But you would think they would have done even the most basic kind of traffic study for something like this. Maybe they have. Maybe they'll surprise us. So.
Okay. Should we move on? We have a long schedule.
Yes.
All right. So long that I lost my agenda.
The first item under correspondence was Sag Harbor Yacht Club. Has that been removed from the?
No, that was misnamed. It was a Dennis Downs correspondence, but it was a different Dennis Downs application. And it had to do with 64 Germain.
That was what we handled. Okay, thank you.
Mary Ann, this is Dennis Downs.
Oh, Dennis Downs.
I finally got on. I've been on the phone ever since. Okay. So with respect to the Sag Harbor Yacht Club, there was a permit granted to put a balcony above the on the back of the existing clubhouse, over top of the canvas that we have there.
Right.
And that was approved. But we didn't implement the building permit for a number of reasons, and then COVID came around and everything got put on a back burner. So they'd like to reinstate that permit if possible.
How long ago did it expire?
2 years. There's been no changes to any of the codes that would affect it. It's just a second-story deck on the back of the
little house,
existing clubhouse.
Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Well, I remember the application specifically. I mean, I don't recall having a problem with the the application. As we discussed earlier, though, I think there's a question with renewing expired permits, and I don't know what was sort of decided on that, and that was discussed in regards to 64 Germain, I believe.
I think Chick, outlined, and I seconded really what the standard is. I mean, even if it's expired, you certainly have the discretion to be able to, to extend the permit, but you have to you have to make a finding that there's no change in the natural physical conditions or characteristics of the project that would warrant reconsideration. So that's what you have to find. That's what you would have to be able to say to extend the permit. So, whether anybody has looked at that yet to make that determination, that's really the question.
Well, should we, as a matter of policy, where that is requested, ask that the Chick, as our consultant, do a review and come back to the committee with a recommendation or finding as to that question?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, Fred, what is Dennis? What you're going to find is that there's a dock with a large platform, and sitting on top of that platform is the old clubhouse that used to be owned by the New York Yacht Club, that was sold to Sag Harbor Yacht Club back in the 1920s and put on that property in the location. It's been there ever since. Yep. And on the back of it, we have a canvas tent, so to speak, or shed-like structure that expands the clubhouse a little bit, and the second-story deck to hold a few people, not very many. It's this very small deck, would be on top of that, like an observation deck, and that's it. Mm-hmm. But if you want to put it over for a month and see, take a look and make sure that no codes have been changed. I looked at it before I sent the letter in. I don't know of any changes that were made that would affect it. So, but that's your prerogative to do that.
Yeah, certainly, Dennis, whatever information you can provide would help. I indicated before that I did not review this for the Harbor Committee. It must have been in the early part of 2016 originally. I don't have a file on it. So the information and representations that you made, if you could put something in writing that would help me to gather Chick, that information, that'd be great.
Chick, what I'll do is I'll send you the whole application and any comments that were made at that time. So you'll have a full file.
Chick, I think you may be commingling two different applications. This isn't 64 Germain, which we spoke about, which was from 2016.
Okay.
This is later. This is like just a sort of not a cosmetic deck.
Oh, this is 27 Bay?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry, Mary Ann. My sincere apologies. I'm still trying to get my computer working. Yeah, I mean, I did look at the file on this, and I didn't see any issues if they're complying with the permit. It did look to me as though it expired in February, but we did review this one and did prepare the permit on behalf of the committee, and I didn't see any issues on it when I looked at the file.
Great.
All right, then I think we're fine.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. So I don't think we have to make more work for anybody or draw this out, is my own feeling. Is there anybody else in the committee who has a different feeling?
Not from here.
Okay, Lily, how do you feel about this? Lily there?
Pardon me, sorry.
That's okay.
Oops, sorry, someone was at my front door. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, do you have, now that we know what application we're talking about, what permit, it's to put a small observation deck on the water side of the clubhouse, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Looking out, and it's something we permitted a couple of years ago. How long ago has it been expired? How long has it been expired, Dennis?
More than 2 years, I know that.
More than 2 years. Well, I don't know. My own feeling is that why drag it out? We permitted it before. Why would we not permit it again now? But
can I just ask Dennis to just indicate if the structure that's proposed is consistent? Whoa.
I'm sorry, Chick, I didn't hear your last few words.
Oh, sorry, that's my fault.
No, it's me. That was me causing all kinds of problems tonight.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. While Chick and Marianne are gone, it looks like. Let me just say that
I'm listening. I'm just getting my phone out of here.
I think we should be consistent about how we handle expired permits and renewing expired permits. And if that consistency is to have a report by our consultant, and it have to be a positive report, I think we ought to apply that to all of the applications to renew a permit. Now, whether this is whether that's what Chick has just done, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just saying we should be consistent.
Okay, so how do we want Chick to do that? Do you want him to review it and that we could renew this permit subject to Chick reviewing the permit and not finding any issues with it? Or do we want to wait until next month before we renew the permit?
Marianne, this is Dennis. You can wait till next month. There's no rush on this.
Okay, good.
It's just one of the projects that the yacht club's got going as ongoing, and they asked me to make sure I brought it up to date. That's all. So if I can send Chick whatever information he needs during the month, and then hopefully he'll have a report for next month.
Okay, that's great. All right. I thought maybe you were in a rush. Yeah.
No, we're not in a rush. I mean, it's we wouldn't be doing it this summer anyway. We'd wait till the fall.
Okay. So now,
hey, Marianne?
Yes.
Before we lose Dennis, can I ask him a question or two about 64 Germain?
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because have you already discussed that tonight?
Well, we pretty much determined we didn't have enough information, so maybe you can help us out a little bit.
All right. The permit hasn't expired, but we're at the health department and they're getting ready to issue their permit. And they said, what about your local permits? We need some proof that they're still in existence.
So you got a permit from the Harbor Committee. Did you subsequently get a building permit for this project? Is there a building
because we're waiting on the health department. We had to change it.
Okay.
We got approvals for a 4-unit complex.
Yep.
The health department came back and said that's going to be too much water going into the ground, so we're going to cut you back to 3. We went through a whole bunch of studies with them to show that we would meet the 3-unit discharge of water going into the ground the septics
you gonna
on
do
a
an
daily
IA?
basis. And once we did that, then they came back and said, okay, we're ready to issue the permit. However, we want to make sure your local permits are still in effect. So I have a letter before the planning board for the end of the month and a letter before the harbor committee because of the wetlands that are on the adjacent property. And that's where we're at.
Are you going to put an IA system in there?
Yes. For three, well, only that building's only going to contain 3 condos right now, not the 4 that it was approved for.
But it's going to be an IA.
We came back at some point and asked to amend the 4 to 3, and that was approved by all the boards. So the health departments have been sitting on this case. Well, we had a hearing before them, and it went on, dragged on before we got a decision. But right now, we're ready to get a permit from the health department, subject to the village saying that its permits are still in effect. And that's Harbor Committee and Planning Board.
So I think with this one, because Chick joined the Harbor Committee after we had this application and after Harbor Committee gave its approval. So I think what we've just decided is that on these permits that have expired, we want our consultant to review them and get back to us whether or not they see any issues.
Okay, Chick, if you can hear me, speak to Kathy. She reviewed the last revision we had where we went from 4 to 3.
So that was planning board.
She reviewed it to make sure that there had been no changes in the code that would interfere or require further studies.
Dennis, do you remember when it went from 4 to 3 when that review occurred?
A little bit over a year ago.
Okay.
I can get you all those dates. I'll work with Chick during the month.
Yeah, that would be great.
Everything he needs.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. That's good. This is very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
What I had said before, Dennis, was that I didn't see a Harbor Committee permit in my files. So whatever information you can share that would be helpful, I'll certainly check with Kathy, but that was my search of our files.
You couldn't find anything in your files? All right, I'll dig through all of mine and I'll go to the village and I'll look through their files as well. But because of the wetlands on the adjacent lot, we made an application to the Harbor Committee.
And Doris, I think you looked today too. You found a building permit, but did not see a Harbor Committee permit on quick review.
Oh, I know that we saw this.
There is a wetlands permit for 64 Germain dated May 9, 2016. And there is a planning board resolution extending and amending the site plan approval dated 5/25/2021.
So we started in about June of 2016. So that may have been an InterScience permit. I don't have a file on it. So if Dennis, you would provide any information that would be useful, that'd be great.
Yeah, Chick, I'll get it to you during the month if that's okay.
And or Doris, I'm happy to work to get as much information as is available.
I'll email it over to you, Chick.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on from correspondence requiring action. Now we have decisions, and the first one that's up is 29 Harding Terrace. Is there anybody here in the public that would like to speak to this application? Is there any additional? This was adjourned 2 months ago, and the consultant said that they would be coming back with more information. We haven't seen any more information via the building department from Doris. Is there anybody here? Do you see any hands, Doris?
I do not see.
Okay.
No hands.
You do? You do not?
No.
No. So I think what we need to do is adjourn this application until what, July?
That would be July 7th,
Okay.
the next meeting.
May I have a motion? Is there any other discussion on the part of the Harbor Committee?
And Marianne, I'll make that motion. It's my understanding that the applicant had requested an adjournment at the last meeting
Right.
to be able to provide additional information. And we don't have that information, and there have been some questions as to whether work has been done. So I'm going to move that we adjourn this to the July meeting in order to allow time for additional information to be submitted.
Okay, can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you, Herb. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Marianne, did you say that was July 7th?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now the next decision we have is Nineveh Beach Property Owners Association. Do you want to just review quickly for us, Chick, what we are about to approve here?
This is the one that I am recused from.
That's right.
I believe you had a report from our pinch hitter consultant, Cameron Engineering. So I'm going to recuse myself, and perhaps Fred or someone can refresh everyone's memory. I'm sure Doris has that information.
I'll give the broadest of overviews here, but the Nineveh Beach Property Owners Association, basically their proposal was to install 4 rain gardens, 2 which were included within the wetland setback of 100 feet, and the other 2 that were outside of it. And if you remember from the hearing, this was a pretty straightforward application. You know, obviously rain gardens are something that help to help water quality, help the environment, something that the village themselves have been doing. And this was the Property Owners Association doing the same thing. Pretty straightforward. It was just the approval for the rain gardens. There was no other development with this application.
Great. Okay. So may I have a motion to, any questions or comments on the committee side? No. Should we move to accept this decision as written by Cameron Engineering, permitting the Nineveh Beach Property Owners Association to go forward with their rain gardens? Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And Fred, actually, let me just ask you another question. In regards to the discussion earlier, I'm going to assume that the fact that I'm on another committee which approved funding for this project isn't a reason for me not to vote on it here?
There's no conflict there.
Didn't think so, but wanted to check since we discussed it.
Okay.
Okay, so continuing with old business, a continued public hearing on 88 Redwood Road. Is there somebody here for the application?
Yes, good evening, members of the board. Alex Kriegsman, 279 Main Street, on behalf of the applicant, the architect Michael Lamont, and Bruce Anderson and Matt Ivins from Suffolk Environmental are on as well. And Matt is going to share the screen. Bear with us for a moment.
Hey, Doris, can you enable my screen sharing?
Yes, I'm actually looking for you on the participants list.
Oh, just look up go for Bruce Anderson.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Doris.
You're welcome.
Let's go with that. Good. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. I think we're good. So I know this has been before the board a number of times. I would just like the committee, excuse me, I'd like to just start with an overview.
Can I ask you a favor? Can you make the diagram, the whole screen? Right now, your picture is as big as the diagram.
I can try to pull it up. Now, I think you got to do it from their end. No.
Yeah, we can enlarge the image, but to the extent you want to adjust our faces versus the image, I think you got to do that on your end.
Oh, maybe you can hit the lower bar there. Yes, it's then the bar at the bottom. See if you hit that arrow. See the arrow?
Yeah, but that just slides us over.
Oh, I see.
That
I
was
see.
just big enough to get it.
What about the arrow on the upper?
No, that just slides back.
Okay.
So Doris, is there something you can do to make that like full screen? There it is, down there in the bottom. You see where the little box is? Yes. Well, maybe not. There, plus sign.
So, all right. Is that what you're looking for?
Marianne, I have a full view of the diagram on my end. And
so right now the pictures of the people talking are like 75, 80% of size of the screen. Can you downsize the pictures or take the pictures away?
I have the grids. I have the small, all the people are on the side, and I have a full image. Maybe it's on your end. You have to try to.
It's on Marianne's end.
You have to either
hit standard view on your end. Up in the right-hand corner, it should be.
Got it. Much better. Thank
standard. You. Okay.
I see you can move it to the side of the pictures.
Okay, great. May I proceed?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So, as the committee knows, we've been here, several times, and what you're looking at is the fourth submission. And so, I would like to start by asking you to focus your attention on a number of changes that we've made in response to comments from the committee. The dwelling is now 57 feet from the wetlands boundary, which is 7 feet further than the initial submission. The covered rear deck is 50 feet, which is 10 feet further than the initial submission. The swimming pool, 81 feet, that's a 6-foot increase and exceeds the wetland setbacks. We are now putting in an IA system. We're replacing an asphalt driveway. The current driveway has pervious materials. The buffer is both larger, 1,357 square feet, and it's an additional 4 feet from the wetlands boundary, as well as the preservation area. Those are the changes we've made. I'd also like to focus your attention on section 285B, and I'd submit to you that for each and every one of these factors, the proposal represents a great benefit and increase over what is currently existing and in use. And if you look at 285B, that includes water quality and marine life, buffer zone, protecting wetland systems, contribution to erosion, setbacks for new construction, minimizing visual impact, conforming to the topography, minimizing areas of fertilizer-dependent vegetation, preventing impacts of stormwater, and minimizing light pollution. And so for each and every one of these, I would submit to you that the proposal presents a tremendous improvement over what is there. And as I think has already been discussed, there is really no practical alternative. It's what has been proposed and what is there now. I also want to bring to the committee's attention, we've just done a little research in advance of the hearing, and there are lots of other applications with much greater relief that have been recently proposed. And just to point out a handful of them, 10 Cove Road, 62 John Street, 14 Cove Road, and 12 Green Street. Those are all pretty recent, and I think the committee's familiar with them. And so for all of those reasons, we would respectfully ask the committee to approve this application.
Interesting set of precedents there. I remember clearly 12 Green Street. Not so clear. Chick, can you refresh our memories on what we approved for 10 Cove Road?
I can, if need. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt.
I mean, if it's the applicant's case, I I have access to some of those files, but it would take me a while to go through, and I just don't have instant recall on that.
Right. Because I thought that 12 Green was the only time we really didn't meet the setback requirements.
10 Cove Road is the big house at the end of the street. Is that right?
Yes.
The one
It
that just
is.
got completed. There are no setback. There are no.
No. 10 Cove. I'm sorry, Herb.
You're
Where?
asking about Green, and I didn't mean to answer if you weren't asking me, but were you asking about Green or 10 Cove Road?
I'm talking about 10 Cove Road. This is Herb Sample. So
Okay.
my question is in my memory, there were no wetlands setback waivers on that property.
You got a patio, a dwelling,
but within the 75-foot wetland setback?
No.
No, not within the setback. Is that right?
So these are structures that do not meet the minimum wetland setback under the code.
I'm going to have to review those precedents because that's kind of shocking to me.
Okay, well that's true again for all of the ones I mentioned: 10 Cove Road, 62 John Street, 14 Cove, and 12 Green Street.
62 John is the big lot that was just cleared?
No, that's 30 Glover you're thinking of.
Oh, right. Sorry.
You issued that permit on March 11th, 2019.
62 John Street is that house that they built way up. What did you got? They put it up, 6 feet above the ground level?
Well, that might have been FEMA.
You got a 2-story dwelling there, 47 feet from Upper Sag Harbor Cove. You got a terrace, 61.5 feet, a swimming pool, 49 feet, and a sanitary system, 59 feet. That's all at 62 John, and that was approved March 11th, 2019.
Well, this is interesting. I'm not prepared to without looking at the whole situation, say, yeah, well, this happened then, so we're going to go for this now. I think one of the issues for me is that we're working around a very sizable house, and it's like accommodating. I don't know what the interior of the house is now, but when we looked at it before, I think it was 4 bedrooms plus a den, más o menos, and it's a really small lot.
Well, I don't know what, respectfully, Madam Chairman, what that means to not be prepared, but we've been in front of the committee multiple times now, and we've put this submission and had all the materials to you, and I've just walked you through the factors that you're supposed to consider under the code.
Right, but there's also, what is it, check 285D?
Yes,
go ahead.
He was referring to B, which is generally if you meet the standards, but D is where you get into one that does not meet the setbacks, and the applicant has the burden to demonstrate that there are no alternatives which would meet the standards. So the applicant made a representation with respect to that, but I think the chair's question goes directly to size of the house and other possible ways to meet or improve the setbacks.
Well, I wasn't at the previous meeting, but I've reviewed what was discussed, and we've gone through this, and Mr. Lamont is on the call as well. But this is a house that we're proposed that meets the code, and there's a house there now that, under the factors that you're considered, that is worse for the environment and water quality in every single respect. It has fertilizer lawn right up to the water. It's got an old sanitary system, and it is a house in use. And so
right. But Mr. Kriegsman, every application we get here makes it better than any existing structure was before. Every single one of them. So that alone does not get a permit, because unless you can meet 285D, which is what Chip just read to you, we don't give permits, or at least I can't vote for a permit.
Well, that's obviously not true, because we just went through vacant lots that were subject to approval. So obviously building a house where there's a vacant lot is not an improvement. So it's not every application. And I've walked you through the reasons why this one presents an improvement over what is there. I've also gone through all the changes that we've made in response to comments from the committee. Each and every one made them greater. And to then come to the meeting and hear that you are not prepared, very respectfully, it's disappointing to hear on an application that has been in front of this board so many times.
You're bringing up 4 different applications, and one of which, 12 Green Street, is immediately clear to me. But I don't know how many permits we have here, but there's probably, you're going back to 2019, maybe even earlier. I don't have that kind of recall, and I can't remember exactly why we decided whatever it is we decided. So from that point of view, I'm not prepared. Are we prepared to look at this as you've presented it here? Yes. But to go back and say, oh, 10 Cove, bang, I understand that. Bang, I understand 62 John Street. I don't understand the comparisons without going back and looking at them. And even so, never mind.
Well, Marianne, I wanted to add something as well. I'm just looking at notes from prior meetings, and Mr. Kriegsman is making some representations about how long they've been in front of us. This was heard in January, and the notes at that meeting were that there was an alternative assessment needed. It wasn't completed. They need to address 285-9E. They need to move the house south. They need to eliminate the pool or consider it. And they have to look at options to improve or conform with setbacks. I have some notes from an April meeting. It looks like it was adjourned, but there may have been some discussion that they still needed to do the alternative analysis and look at improved setbacks. And I would like to clarify the submissions because, and again, my files aren't always perfect, but on this one, the last submission that I see that was substantive was from April 29th of this year. And there was an adjournment letter from Suffolk Environmental dated May 4th. So I would just like to clarify what plans are on the screen. Have they been submitted to the Harbor Committee? What's the date? And then reemphasize that the alternative analysis is a burden of the applicant that this committee has asked about several times.
And that's been addressed. I'll let Matt and or Michael chime in. First of all, there was one adjournment that we request because all the board wasn't present, and we want to be in front of a full board. But
I'm sorry, sir. We can operate here without a full board. What we need is
the applicant has a right to have his application heard by a full board, and so that they have the right to request that adjournment. Of those examples I just gave to you, 3 of them have been in front of the board since April. And so these are materials that have been submitted. We've got 4 different submissions. We've made changes and increasing everything to satisfy the board. And we'd like you to make a decision on this.
You want us to make a decision? Because right now my vote would be to deny your application.
Okay, I'm sure. But
can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
I'm looking at the specifications. Your original or your comments when you first started had to do with how you changed the current proposal or the current house from the original house. But on the proposed wetland setbacks, I just want to be clear that you're talking there about the current proposal and the difference from the wetlands from the existing house. Is that correct?
Okay, if I may, Matt, can we go to that 21 example? Let's go to the existing versus proposed.
Okay.
This is a very simple exhibit, okay, that shows in red what the existing house looks like and is lawfully exists, is occupied, can continue to be occupied, and can be maintained in its present location. I don't think there's any debate about that. That is an alternative to the applicant. Okay, the applicant can fix up, live in his house, He can maintain his cesspool in groundwater very close to the wetlands. He can maintain his fertilized lawn 5 feet from the wetlands. He can do all of that. That is a legitimate alternative, which we stated back in, I think, February. Now, so what you see in blue is what's proposed. And what you see there is what's proposed is significantly further back from the wetlands, as is what exists. So when you go and you look at 285-9D, you do have an alternative. It's right in front of you. It's there today. And you do have a proposal. So I'm at a loss as to why you're trying to redesign a house here for us. Now, I will tell you this, the houses, in terms of the house versus if you line up the coverage, we have a 4-bedroom house. We're proposing a 4-bedroom house. The house footprint is essentially within 17 square feet, and its coverage is within 17 square feet of what we already have. So the project doesn't get any bigger. It gets relocated further from the wetlands. And then we go back to what should win the day, which is the whole point of this regulation. And that is to bring about an improvement to the environment. And to say that bringing about an improvement to the environment is not enough to consider the granting of the permit is completely beyond my understanding of what the code says. And by the way, this code I'm very familiar with because it's almost exactly verbatim out of the same code that we've been practicing in Southampton since 1993. So again, if you line them up and you consider that what we've done here, I can't imagine there'd be a problem. If you were to, for example, focus on the buffer, if we go back to that original site plan, that might be helpful. You have right now, you have no buffer, 0. That is an alternative. We can maintain that 0 buffer. Or we can go to a buffer that's 6,082 square feet, having an average buffer depth of 90 feet, okay, which greatly exceeds the 50 feet that is by code. The area the buffer covers greatly exceeds that area that a 50-foot buffer would consume. If you simply look at the site plan before you, these people have surrendered the entire front of their property. There's no question about it. It's plain as the site plan in front of you. This property owner has done cartwheels to try to appease this board. We've made 4 changes. We talked about notching the proposed deck. That was done. That's right in front of you. We talked about increasing setbacks. We talked about maximizing buffers, and the code actually provides you, when it comes to buffer, to analyze a buffer in terms of its overall average setback or average depth. And in this case, that greatly exceeds what the minimum requirement is. So while the house isn't 75 feet back from the wetlands because it can't practically be there because the lot's not deep enough, all other aspects either greatly exceed what you have today and what is contemplated in your code. So, and if you go up and down Sag Harbor Cove and just look at some aerials, which I'll show you next, you will see this is what we're proposing. Look at all those houses. Look at all the lawns. All that can be maintained by the property owners. Those are all existing homes. They're all they're nicely built. They're beautiful homes. They feature none of the improvements environmental improvements we're proposing today. Let's go to existing and see what that looks like. There you go. See? So the house and the deck is further back. You see the lawn there. You see no buffer. I don't understand what the hesitancy should be, given that this is one of the smaller lots around Redwood, one of the smallest houses, one of the best setbacks, one of the biggest buffers, containing all of the stormwater controls, all of the erosion controls, all of the septic controls, all of the lighting controls, all of the aesthetic controls. We also eliminate zoning non-conformities, which run with the existing house. So to say that not good enough, you haven't tried enough, you haven't done your homework, it completely escapes my mind. And I've done many, many such applications, I can tell you.
Alex, we need to, I'm asking Alex to unmute. Please.
Thank you, Doris.
And I'm sorry, before you continue, Alex, can you just state your name for the record, Bruce?
Bruce Anderson, Suffolk Environmental Consulting, Main Street, Bridgehampton.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I think Bruce just did a great job of summarizing why this is a great opportunity for this committee to do something positive for the environment and for the water. And we respectfully ask to hear from some other members of the board, because it's very difficult for us to understand why we're getting that kind of pushback. So respectfully ask to hear from some other members.
Well, I'd like to ask to hear from Chick and ask him to comment on what's just been presented in terms of the how significant the environmental improvements are in this proposal as compared to the existing and compared to other options.
So I have no disagreement with many of the statements that Bruce made with respect to the improvements on this site as compared to existing conditions. That was well stated, and that has been made part of the record. The part that we keep coming back to is something that the Harbor Committee has been very consistent on, I'll say over the past number of years, maybe two to 3 years now, that you take very seriously your charge under 285-9D. And we have only had very general statements from the applicant concerning alternatives. And in each of those cases, we go back to a diagram that compares the existing, I think it was in red, with the proposed, I think it was in blue, and indicates that they've made certain changes, moved it back another 7 feet or whatever. The required setback is 75 feet for a structure. The house does not meet that. So the committee has repeatedly asked for an honest and thorough review of alternatives. And that often involves diagrams, sketches, smaller house, eliminate the pool, condense the sanitary system, and other serious review of alternatives. I don't think that's taken place to date. I can tell you at least about one that was scrutinized very heavily by this committee over many meetings. And it's one of the precedent items that Alex mentioned before, and that was 12 Green Street. And there was a tremendous amount of testimony from sanitary engineers about the configuration of the sanitary system, from architects about the historic integrity of the structure, from environmental consultants about the stuff, and a huge amount of testimony, as well as alternative diagrams, concessions, and modifications. And it was that combination of factors that led to a favorable decision on that application, which is unique and unto itself, based on a very detailed analysis of alternatives. Again, I haven't seen that here. And you know, just to go back to the original question, yes, there are improvements. Clearly, the existing site does have substandard buffers, substandard setbacks, substandard sanitary system, stormwater, etc. But that is not the burden that's required under the code, and it's not strictly what this committee has been looking at for quite a long period of time. You know, again, 2 to 3 years. So I'll leave it at that. I hope that answers your question, John.
You're close to it, but I was going to ask specifically if, and maybe, I don't know, putting you on the spot here, but specifically, are there alternatives that you see that aren't being addressed here that would improve this in terms of the environment and meeting the code? Those reasonable alternatives.
Well, we usually start with something that would conform to the 75-foot, and the applicant, you know, can show that, and the committee may find, you know, that a pencil-sized house or a very, very small house is not practical. Again, that's hypothetical because we haven't seen that, but you can see the 75-foot setback on the diagram, and it would result in an extremely small house. Again, that may not be practical, but it's a starting point. And then from there, you know, I would say it's incumbent upon the applicant to demonstrate this to this committee that there are no practicable alternatives which meet the standards. That's exactly what it says under 285 D1. And we've been through this. And we've labored over it, and we've looked for an honest assessment of that. As I said in my remarks before, going through some of the hearings since January on this application, you know, we did talk about what if the pool were removed? Would that enable the house to be, you know, closer to the size that the applicant is looking for? I don't know. We haven't seen that analyzed yet. Is it possible to reorient the house? We haven't really gotten into options for front yard setbacks, relief of front yard setbacks, but you know, that's not out of the realm of possibility, but it does involve another board. And again, condensing the sanitary system to the minimum that would be approvable by the health department, you know, has been looked at on other applications with testimony from sanitary engineers. Those are just examples.
Another example, Chick, is the swimming pool that we approved that shared a wall with the house. There was no...
correct.
Right. And
yes,
there are other, there are options.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Voorhees, I think you just explained exactly what it is. It's a pencil-sized house, and that's not a practical alternative. So the alternative to compare it to is keeping the existing house and just making any necessary repairs. That's the alternative, because the homeowner is not going to go out and spend all of this money to have a smaller house than he has now. And so that you answered Mr. Parker's question, which is Bruce was correct, that all of these things create a tremendous advantage over the existing house. And that is the comparison to be made, because when the alternative, to use Mr. Voorhees, is a pencil-sized house, that's not what the homeowner is going to build. No one could reasonably expect it to be built that. It's also not reasonable to ask the homeowner to go get variances from the ZBA to build something he's not allowed to build. So the practical alternative here under 285-9D is what is there now. And so the correct comparison is what we're proposing to what is there now. And Bruce did a great job of summarizing the advantages to that. As I understood, Mr. Voorhees concurred in them.
So we admire.
I just want to clarify what I said. I gave that as an example and a starting point. Right. And again, this is the exact sentence from the code. If the approving authority, the Harbor Committee, determines that the applicant has demonstrated that there are no practical alternatives which meet the standards, that's it. And then practicable alternatives that meet the standards are presumed to be available unless the applicant clearly demonstrates otherwise. What Alex just indicated went back to comparing the existing to what is proposed. And this committee has looked at, if you're going to demolish a house, you have to honestly look at practicable alternatives that would meet the setbacks. And I'm not going to make judgment for the Harbor Committee, but the applicant would have to demonstrate that 75 feet is impracticable or not practical, and come up with something that may be a compromise that would show that you've looked at these alternatives. And again, a smaller house or removing the pool or condensing the sanitary system are other things that other applicants have done. Even shaving off a corner of the house to increase the setback as I'm looking at the plan. I believe there are still options that have not been diagrammatically submitted to the committee to look at to meet the burden of this portion of the code.
I can tell you, for Bruce Anderson here, I can tell you that I personally handled 62 John Street. I can tell you that the setbacks for the house were slightly less than 50 feet. I can tell you the pool was less than 50 feet. I can tell you we didn't go through any of this kind of issue on 62 John Street because we simply compared it to what was there, which was a demolition of a house 50 feet from the wetlands and the construction of a new house with a pool 50 feet from the wetlands. What changed in that application, which by the way, Mary Ann, you voted for, was the IX systems. The full drainage controls, a very detailed landscape plan, an increased buffer where there was none, and no one can go back and look at that project and say somehow the environment wasn't well served by the approval of that project.
Mr. Anderson, I did not vote for 62 John. And number two, that was picking up a house and an old house and moving that old farmhouse. It was
not. What we did was we demolished it and built a new house.
Whoa, that's not my impression.
Well, go back and look at your own file because that's exactly what was proposed and that was exactly what was represented.
The sunroom was demolished, but this basic old farmhouse from the 1800s.
You are confusing this with a completely different application.
You're thinking of Green Street, maybe.
Yeah. I'm talking about 12 Green Street.
I'm not. I'm not talking about Green Street.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm sorry.
I just said what I was talking about. 62 John Street. It's one of the examples.
Oh.
That was submitted to you in early April.
62 John Street was approved in April of 2019.
So my recollection is a little foggy.
And when
the samples have been before you for for 6 weeks now.
So I think Chick Voorhees really summarized very well what has been a consistent position of this.
It's not consistent. That's the point.
Can we take a look at 14 Cove, please?
I don't know if that's even appropriate.
You're welcome to submit information.
Well, you said you weren't prepared and you didn't remember it, so we would like to show it to the board, please.
Well, you can do that.
It's up to the chairwoman, but
the fact that you can show something that happened in 2019 only has very limited relevance to what's happening now. And all you're actually doing is strengthening a resolve to stick to the rules. Because what we do today in June of 2022, you or your compatriots are going to come back to us with 5 more applications and say, well, you did it here for 88 Redwood. Why aren't you doing it for this? And I think that the reason that we want to stick to the code, sir, is because none of us are geniuses. None of us are God. None of us know exactly what impacts the environment. But we've had some very smart people that put together a really good code. And all I can do here is try to enforce that code and stick to that code.
Well, I've walked you through how this presents an improvement for every aspect of it. And I would submit to you that when your own consultant and expert has described the alternative as a pencil-sized house, that is clear. Yes. There is not a practical alternative under 285D, but we would like the board to take a look at what you approved on Cove Road, because unless you are going to act in an arbitrary and capricious manner, you should be considering what you have done in other cases.
What's the date?
It's up on the screen now.
July 8th, 2019.
So that was like 3 years ago. I don't even know if we have the same composition of the board. You know, I'm
yeah.
You know what? I would like to adjourn this.
No, we want to vote. We don't want to adjourn. We've been here 4 times, so we want to vote. If your vote is no, that's fine. But we want to present. If you're going to cut us off, because it seems like some other board members want to actually hear the substance of the application, but we would like a vote on the application.
No, if anybody tells me that they want to hear more, but I don't feel like I can look at a diagram that you've put up from something 3 years ago and fully understand what it is that we did and why we did it.
So we have experts here who can explain it to you.
Well, go ahead. Herb, were you going to talk?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, in my view, the applicant is making a very strong case. They're also addressing an issue that we as a board have had to deal with on several occasions. And it's not something, I think, where we have kind of an explicit policy. I think for example, the 14 Cove Road or the 14 Cove Road, we basically, 14 Cove Road. Yes. On 14 Cove Road, we approved that based on the fact that everything was being kept back from existing conditions. So maybe the footprint of the new house was improved by 5 or 10 feet, plus we got everything else. That was sufficient at the time to argue in favor of it. But just as a matter of fact, on 10 Cove Road, which is the big double lot at the end of the street, the house there is in excess of 75 feet from the wetlands. And there was an existing house on the property as well. So just as a point of clarification, at least based on the permit data I have. So it seems to me that this is almost a philosophical thing that we as a harbor committee have to address. I think the applicant is making a very strong argument for the environmental benefits of the proposed application. There's no question about that. It is much better by far than what is there. The question is that enough for the harbor committee to approve? And I think that's the question we have to kind of discuss among ourselves in order to get through this kind of thing, because this is going to happen again and again and again. That's my view.
Well, I'm going to agree with Herb here, basically. And again, I'm impressed by the improvements over the current property that's there. Where I'm troubled a bit is where Mr. Voorhees, our environmental consultant, has listed what he says are practical alternatives. And I can list those. I think I have them correct, but I mean, the house could be smaller, and I don't mean, I don't know who brought up pencil-sized house, but there's different versions of how much smaller and how you could increase the setbacks. And it looks to me like if you took a corner off the house and reconfigured it a little bit, you'd improve the setbacks. But I mean, he said,
John, can I also just amend my comments a bit, because in addition to agreeing that the applicant has made a strong argument, I also think that it is incumbent upon them a bit to go through the kind of analysis that Chick is recommending. I do think that's important.
Our architect is here. So, we'd love to have him speak to that.
Could we remove this image, please? Thank you.
Hi, Doris. This is Michael Lamont from Stella Lamont Rahani Architects. Can you make me host so I can share my screen?
I will do that. Hold on, please.
Before you go ahead, if I could just say, I was about to.
John gets to finish.
I was about to list, and again,
Sorry,
I want
John.
to make sure that I have this correctly, and Chick could correct me. But when I had asked him about alternatives, and he talked about a smaller house or redesigning the house, and I think he specifically referred to a corner of the house where it was because of the corner that we're not meeting the setbacks, so that it's possible to redesign the house without making it significantly smaller, but just changing the configuration so that we would improve the setbacks. That there could be a removal or relocation of the pool, which would again allow the house to be moved to meet the setback. And further, there was a possibility of condensing the septic system, again, so that the house could be moved. Now, those were presented by Chick, I believe, as practical alternatives, and it's those that I'd like to see addressed.
Okay. And I think we can too think about making the pool smaller and either putting it next to the house or putting it closer to the house.
Can we give Mr. Lamont?
Hi, Doris. Can you give me the screen, please?
The pool is conforming.
Right, but it takes up space. So you could have some of the house going into the area that's now. I mean, how far is what's the dimension between the edge of the lot and the edge of the house? I mean, the pool is 15
I have some architectural diagrams I'd like to share. Just waiting for someone to make me host.
You're ready.
Let's take that down.
Okay, great. Good evening, members of the board. As I mentioned, this is Michael Lamont from Stella Lamont Rahani Architects in Bridgehampton. And just wanted to do a very quick overview, which I think addresses a couple of the concerns of the board. The first page shows the existing structure. It's non-conforming in terms of side yard setback and pyramid setback. And see it from the street. Here is set forward in line with the neighbor to the west and forward of the neighbor to the east. We did look at the current from the last presentation. We have slid the house. As you can see, the diagram on the left is the existing house and the lawn, and the diagram on the right. We have moved the house. Since the last presentation, we made the house smaller. We made the deck smaller. We cut off the corner which is in the northeast side that went through the 50-foot setback. There was also a request to move the columns that were out at the corner of the deck inboard to meet the 50-foot setback, which we did. As you can see, that it was moved up to the smaller house was moved up to the 30-foot setback line from the street. We changed all of the paving. It was decking before, and there was a request to make, even though some of it is underneath the roof, there was a request to make all of that pervious. So we made all of the exterior paving pervious in this scheme. Just to kind of continue here, the proposed structure is 4 bedrooms plus a den, which is the same layout as the existing structure. The owner has 3 grown children, and he and his wife would like to have at least as much space as he's got there now, and preferably a little bit more to keep his family coming to visit him. The first floor, I can do this pretty quickly. The layout, we have a very compact footprint structure that minimizes glass to the east and the west. We do meet all of the setbacks in terms of side yard setback, pyramid setback, front yard setback. We also architecturally, we really tried to keep a compact footprint on the ground floor, and which minimized scale, utilizing discrete volumes and overhangs to further reduce the scale, in addition to the materiality that we're proposing that I'll show you in just a second. The second floor plan has has the main family bedrooms. We do have a small den at the top of the stairs, which he has in his current house. He actually has a larger den in addition to the 4 bedrooms. In terms of the structure, the alternative conforming envelope, we met with Mr. Spector and got input from his wife and family to try to develop a structure that meets the setbacks. So what you're seeing here, we did some studies to try to figure out how we would meet the 75-foot setback with the 30-foot setback from the street. The sanitary engineer determined that the new IA system, the most environmentally sound location for the leaching field, is in the southeast corner. So this diagram shows the minimum setback from the structure to the proposed leaching field and the IA system. We were trying to develop a scheme. As you can see here, we have in yellow, we have a 1,080-foot ground floor footprint. And we were trying to find a cantilevered second floor to give us at least the same amount of square footage that we have in the existing house. And as you can see, the irregular nature of the site and the setbacks make rooms that are going to be, we're going to be living in parallelograms here, which we determined was just not a viable direction in terms of the, at least approximating the amenities that the existing house currently has. Finally, just to do a quick run through, that what we did was structurally, we designed a house that we think is a very, very attractive house. We utilize the forms and combining the forms with the interior layout to reduce the overall scale. As I previously mentioned, we're using some overhangs to reduce some sun shading. We have a screen in the front that also reduces exposure to the sun and provides some privacy and minimizes some scale. We've kept a very compact footprint. The corner, as I mentioned before, this corner meets the 30-foot setback in the front. We have used these, providing some shade and overall reducing the scale of the overall structure. And we spent a significant amount of time trying to design the most compact footprint that had at least the same amenity as the existing structure, being 4 bedrooms plus a den. And finally, just a rendering from the south. So that the south side, as you can see, this follows through that the compact footprint, privacy, respect for the neighbors, minimal glass to the east and west. The house is further back from the neighbors than it currently is. And like I said, we think that the scale of the house is sort of greatly reduced, even more so than the existing house.
So one thing I would just like to interject is that you keep comparing this to existing. And the big difference is you have a very large swimming pool that is taking up not only the width of the swimming pool, but the distance between the house and the swimming pool. And so a lot of the machinations that are going on here are in order to have a swimming pool. And I don't think that there's any code that says every house is entitled to a swimming pool. If you took the swimming pool away, you could have a lot of what you have in the existing house now and meet those setbacks. I mean, I'm saying that off the top of my head, but I can just see visually, and you have beautiful diagrams there. You can see the amount of space that that swimming pool is taking between the side lot setback of 15 feet and the edge of the house. That's probably 25 feet. So more than that, because it's 15 feet, the width of the pool, and then there's a bit of decking going around the house. So a lot of this is a dance in order to support the swimming pool.
It is not a dance. The swimming pool complies. And whether you put a house over the swimming pool or not, you're asking someone to build a parallelogram, which is completely out of the character and not a practical alternative. It has nothing to do with the swimming pool. It would not change, it would not change the shape of that, the geometry of that building, building envelope, because the lot is not square.
Michael, can you
answer
speak
that?
to that and correct me if I'm wrong, that even without the swimming pool, we're still looking at a house that's a fraction the size of what's there now?
That's correct. And one of the issues is the pyramid setback as well from the side yard. So we're working both, as you can see in this yellow diagram, that if we have some of the structure to get the 1,000 square feet of footprint, we go all the way to the 15-foot setback for the principal structure, but the second floor to get at least to approximate the current square footage or something thereabouts, which we're still less, that we would need to cantilever the second floor over. And then for the cantilevering the second floor over the existing footprint, we have to, the current diagram would meet the pyramid setback, but if we extended it further to the west, we still have the same issues. We either have more parallelogram or we have non-conforming pyramid structure if we go to the edge of the pool. And just finally, just looking at, a substantial pool, I'm just not sure that this pool qualifies as a substantial pool. This pool is 8.5 feet wide by 30 feet long. So I'm just not sure that this would be substantial, but maybe it is, but it's 8.5 feet wide by 30 feet long. And it fits in the side yard where we couldn't put the principal structure due to the principal setback.
And to reiterate, even without the pool, it is a much smaller house than what's there now to comply with the code.
Well, I just want to clarify. I appreciate what you just said, and I think maybe we didn't understand it before. Are you telling us that you could not? Let's say that it was somehow decided that you didn't need the pool. Okay, so that the pool's not there. Are you saying that you couldn't move the house over to where the pool is because of the pyramid, but because of the need to comply with the pyramid law?
The second floor cannot get any closer than you see in this diagram due to the pyramid law on both sides. The house has to be elevated. The current house is not FEMA compliant, so the proposed house is FEMA compliant. So in addition to and also that the sanitary engineer had determined that the sanitary system needed to be slightly elevated in this southeast corner. So the structure is where the structure needs to be for an environmentally sound IA system, and to have a second floor, a conforming second floor would have to be at this blue line as you see in this diagram. So that we would either have, so that's why in this diagram, we actually spent some time trying to come up with, I enjoy a challenge. We spent some time, and our client homeowner, was willing to spend the money and time to try to come up with something because he would like to, get on with this. And we have concluded through this that it was just not a design viable alternative, looking at the setbacks, looking at the 3-dimensional building envelope that's here. Looking at a reasonable shaped non-parallelogram type structure. We worked on this for a while. We moved around the second floor and the first floor, and we determined that there wasn't anything here that we could have a viable direction to go to design something sensible.
Could you explain the setback on the west, if I understand, is greater than a setback on the east? Correct? To the structure?
The setback, the principal structure is the 15 feet, but that doesn't meet the pyramid. So what we did in this diagram is we basically, we moved the, we didn't even really get to the point of roof lines, whether we would start to carve out roof lines to try to to comply with the pyramid line. We could extend, there's in this diagram, there's probably 5 feet on the west side that the second floor could extend to hit the 20, because we're about 4 feet above grade for FEMA. And then we have basically the 45-degree line from.
So if I understand, you can move, if you eliminated the pool, conceptually, you could move the house west, both on the first and the second.
About 4 feet. there's about 4 feet here of conforming pyramid envelope.
Okay, because a lot of people get confused about pyramid, and this diagram is really not the right one. If you had a front elevation with the pyramid superimposed, that might help.
I mean, we're still talking about a parallelogram shaped house, whether it's three more feet to the west. So I think
if you eliminate the parallelogram, if you go back to the orthogonal shape, what are the setbacks in the orthogonal proposed design?
This is the third. This diagram shows us building right up to the 30-foot setback.
I understand.
Actually, no, we actually can't build to the 30-foot. We have to be. We concluded with the sanitary layout that we have to be. We have to be 10 feet from basically the leaching pools.
That's what I'm talking about.
5 feet from the property line.
I'm sorry, we're confusing the proposed design, not your parallelogram.
Okay.
The proposed design. Do you have a front elevation showing the pyramid?
Well, you might understand this. So the pyramid applies to the second floor, right? Not the first floor.
Well, exactly. And I usually it's equidistant on both sides, but I see what they've done is they've shifted the second floor on the west. So there's, I got to look at the front elevation, see what's going on. Typically, Mr. Lamont, I'm sure has this.
I just need a.
Yeah, there you go.
So as you can see, we designed the structure, certainly trying to take care to how second floor and first floor relate to each other, to have a sensible architectural layout in terms of form and function. So we extended the single story volume into the what would be the first floor setback, getting closer to the pyramid line. But still complying with the pyramid line, but having what we think is a structurally sensible layout that's architecturally, sort of makes sense and attractive from the street side. So I think that I think the request to cut off a corner to make it conforming, whether that's an environmental benefit, I guess that's up to the board to decide there. But I think that what we've done was we've spent a lot of time designing a structure that complies with zoning, that has the most compact footprint, that is right up tight to the 30-foot street setback line.
So, Mr. Lamont, if I understand this correctly, on the first floor, on what I think is the east side, on the right-hand side of this diagram, there's the first floor is not all the way to the edge of permitted.
Yes, it's at the 15-foot line.
What is this vertical line there?
That's a height, that's a dimension line. We put the wall of the building right at the 15-foot line. The wall of the building is below because the pyramid line is a 45 degrees, so it's 15 feet when it hits the 15-foot line. So there is available pyramid volume, but we didn't need to extend the building up there. But the east side of the house is right on the 15-foot setback line.
Okay, I was confused about what that line is, but you said it's a dimensional line.
Yep.
So, and then going to the west side, that first little block that's kind of translucent, is that the swimming pool on the upper diagram?
I'm trying to, not sure what you're talking about here.
Well, it's behind it. Yeah, it's behind there's a wall that's probably 4 or 5 feet there. It's behind there, correct?
Yeah. You're talking over here. Yes.
Yeah, that's where the pool is.
Yeah. That basically we had to put the pool equipment in a conforming location in terms of accessory structure setback. So we have
to support your argument. Not that I'm going to necessarily, but just to clarify, if we asked you to eliminate the pool, it wouldn't really do anything to change the volume, location of the proposed architecture.
Other than extending the first floor, we could make the first floor bigger.
Right. So you could bring your okay. then I'm wrong. That would be a substantial change. If you eliminated the pool, you could bring the first floor all the way over to your blue pyramid line.
Theoretically,
15 feet, wherever 15 feet is.
It would come over to this line. This is the 15-foot line right here. So we could extend the first floor over into this volume right here.
Right.
Which that doesn't work either in terms of solving the bigger picture, because you're increasing the volume there. You don't need to take it away on the east side.
Well, but it does add more floor space, right?
Right. We can make a bigger house on the first floor.
Right.
Architecturally, I think that these sites, I mean, we're pretty accustomed. We've been doing this for about 25 years here, working on mostly waterfront sites. And, these sites are challenging in terms of setbacks and, and then coming up with an architectural design that certainly meets the program, that isn't appealing, that's not an abomination of just cutting here and cutting there, because that's an easy way to do it. And there's a lot of buildings that are built like that people don't spend the time and money, like the owner of this property that wanted to build a great house, and he hired us, and we think we've done that. And we didn't just chop and just throw something up there and then chop out a corner to meet a line. We designed this house within a conforming zoning envelope, and I think we did a great job. And I think I've asked people for an unbiased opinion on the structure, and I've gotten pretty much unanimous support in terms of the design, that the design of this structure would be a great addition to Redwood, would be significantly better than many of the recent waterfront modern houses approved and built in Redwood. So I do think that certainly cutting off a corner to meet a setback is a possible direction, but I think that we've done everything we could do to design within the zoning envelope and as compact a footprint as we could get to make what we think is a very attractive house. And it's right up against the setback in the street. And then that gives us enough room for the IA system in the location that the sanitary engineer deemed was the most environmentally sound.
So I don't think there's any argument that you designed a lovely house. I mean, it's aesthetically beautiful. I think that's not what our MO is here. But please don't think we don't think your work is beautiful.
Well, actually, it's interesting. I think Herb Samuel brought it up. It really is a philosophical question. And I think that I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but on this committee, we are constantly dealing with feet and inches. And when we give, then we're going to get it in the face on another project. And, the issue of a slippery slope is something we're dealing with, physically and metaphysically constantly. On the other hand, I guess the philosophy here is that you guys have done just about everything. You've done, I think, a remarkable job given the site. We are just mandated with a certain set of dimensions that we have to adhere to. And if we give you a certain leeway here, what happens to your neighbor that uses the same square footage and all of a sudden obscures your view or some such similar thing? Then it's a free-for-all. And it's a tough one. If I voted right now, I'm not going to tell you what I would vote on right now, but I think that it's opening up a can of worms if we are not consistent.
Well, you mentioned the neighbors. We're smaller than the neighbors, and we're landward of the neighbors. So I think that we're not building in anybody's view. We're actually retreating from any view shed that might be from the east or west side.
Mm-hmm. I think he meant neighbors kind of figuratively.
Yeah.
I would submit, and Mr. Sharp makes really good points. If another application if this is approved and another application comes in, it's the same consideration. Can you build a house? What are the alternatives in the envelope? Mr. Lamont just showed you how Mr. Voorhees' comment was correct. It's a pencil-sized house. And so then the analysis is, what is there now? What is the improvement they're proposing? And what's the alternative? You would analyze it the same way you did this one. And if the conclusion again is someone is proposing to do all of these things that are going to have a great improvement to the environment compared to what's there now, and there's not a practical alternative, so that if it's not approved, they're going to keep what's there now, I would submit that that would be a reason to approve that application as well.
Well, then I think we need to go back and rewrite the code.
No, the code gives you the opportunity to protect the environment by doing that analysis. And so I think that's the philosophical question for the board. Do you want to do what's best for the analysis, or do you just want to say no to everybody? Because there's no question that you have the ability to conclude, based on what Mr. Lamont and Mr. Voorhees said, that the pencil-sized house is not a practical alternative, and to compare it what's there and approve it. That's up to you. It's your discretion, but you have that discretion within the code. It doesn't need to be changed.
So, Chick, can you elaborate? I think you put this out there as a pencil-sized house. I think that's kind of like, Chick, can you address that again?
Mr. Lamont showed you why that's true.
Can I ask you a question here? Just sure. In terms of the presentation that we had, when we saw the front view of the house, and it was mentioned that the first floor could be moved over toward the pool, or if the pool was eliminated, that you could move the first floor over in that direction, which would be to the west, if I've got this correctly. Doing that would not change the volume of the house. It would not make it any smaller, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, however, it would move the first floor of the house farther away from the wetlands, increasing the setback. Is that correct?
Well, if you look at the setback line, the 75 feet, as long as you stay, the 30 feet is here. So you have this wedge that does meet side yard setback on the ground floor up to the edge of the proposed pool, to the 30-foot southern wedge that's basically follows the line of the street.
It's not what I'm asking. I mean, what is the minimum setback from the wetlands right now?
Of the existing house?
No, of the house you're proposing.
I want to go back to
54 feet or something.
I think it was 57 feet, but I
think it was 57 feet. I might have to go back. Do you want to go back to Matt's diagrams?
No, but I think it was 57 feet, and it was based upon the what we'd say was the northeast corner, and that's the first floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, the northeast. Yeah, we carved off part of the deck from the comments from the board at the last meeting to make the deck meet the 50 feet. But yeah.
The deck then, not the first floor.
That's not the first floor. That's correct.
So a couple of things here. I mean, one, you could take some volume off the deck, and that would increase the setback without decreasing the size of the house. Is that correct?
We actually did that in this application. We decreased the size of the deck and the size of the house, and certainly you could further reduce both of those.
I'm not asking you to reduce the size of that.
No, I'm just offering that we did. We did in this application.
I appreciate that, but I mean, we had this reference to make it a pencil-sized house and too small and this, and I'm not asking if you make it any smaller. It looks to me here that you could, if you're at 57 feet setback, that if you redesigned the deck, you could increase significantly that setback. Now, it also appears to me that if the house, how the actual first floor of the house, how far is that setback, or how far is that setback from the wetlands?
60.
Matt, you have your diagrams in front of you?
57 feet. I'm sorry.
That's the deck or the first floor of the house?
First floor of the house is 57 feet.
Okay.
That's this corner.
I'm seeing the deck at 50 feet.
Right. The deck is here. Yeah, because the wetland line trails down to the south on the east side. So the house is 57 and the deck is 50.
All right. So again, I mean, this is all in terms of degrees, because at least as I look at it, it's not a question of necessarily having to meet exactly 75 feet, but it's coming as close as practical. And there could be some changes here which would get us closer to 75 feet, which might satisfy at least some members of the board.
So you think the structure at 75 feet or the deck at 75 feet?
I said closer to. I mean, there's a big difference between 50 feet and 75 feet. You know, there's a
sure. It's these two. It's these two blue lines
in between that we can theoretically deal with. And it looks to me like the deck could be reconfigured to move the deck farther back to give you more of a setback to the deck. I mean, actually, the deck could be eliminated, but
it's only 12 feet. Just to throw a dimension out there, it's 12 feet deep.
Asking for it to be eliminated, but for instance, if instead of the deck, running all the way to the edge of the house, if the end of the deck was moved over, I mean, assuming that you want a square deck or have to have a square deck, is this a cutout? Is the deck cut out there?
That's what we did from the last meeting. There was a request to cut out the deck where it crossed over the 50-foot line. So that's what that shows there. That's
okay. So you've already got that cut. There could be more of a cut or a redesign that would give us a little bit more. The first floor of the house, as I understand it, if you move the first floor of the house over toward the pool or over where the pool is, that would not decrease the volume of the house, but would increase the setback. And I don't know exactly what the number is, but it seems to me that could be a significant increase in the setback. Possibly, if you're at 57 feet, possibly it would get us to 65 or 67 feet.
So you're suggesting to cut off the north side on this side and build out. So basically, in essence,
I'm just asking if it seemed to me from the frontal diagram of the house and the discussion about moving the first floor, that the first floor, because it sits over to the east, it sits over farther than the second floor over to the east. That if you moved it over to the west, that you would gain in terms of the setback without reducing the volume of the house.
Sure. So we're saying basically the red line shows the reason that the previous owners built the house out here. The view is out this direction. So if we build the house this way, we're in essence designing the house to look into the hedges to the west, which whether that's a practical alternative, I'm not so sure, but I think that. But the deck is 12 feet as designed now, just to give a dimension.
Well, the kitchen's oriented towards the water, so you got to concede that it's looking at the view. If in concept you made the house a move on the first floor towards the pool, what John's asking, if you did that, and maybe instead of having a 12-foot deck, you have a 10-foot deck or an 8-foot deck, maybe that's a step in the right direction.
Well, if you moved the house and you would move the deck the same amount to the west as you moved the first floor of the house, we would at least gain something there. Again, maybe we don't have 75 feet, but it's the issue of getting as much of a setback as is practicable. And it just seems to me that there is some movement here that would increase the setback. It would still give you the same volume of the house. It might even still give you the pool. You'd reduce the deck volume by a small amount, and that might be acceptable to most of the members of the committee.
Can I interject a thought here? I think Mr. Lamont and team are remarkably talented, and maybe they could take these comments and to heart and try to massage the project. I don't feel like we are qualified to redesign in this meeting. If that's,
I agree.
Is that something that Alex, Mr. Kriegsman, team?
Sure. I would just want to just.
Mr. Anderson?
I think just in respect to the homeowner who's at paying professionals to revise this so many times, I'd just like to hear from some other members of the board. I'd hate to go revise it again. And it seems like respectfully, the chairwoman is going to deny this no matter what. And so I think we'd want to hear whether there's a majority of the board that is amenable to those suggestions.
I have a question. Can you not get a variance to move the house closer to the street from the ZBA?
Well, we don't know, but I don't think it's appropriate to tell us that the alternative is something that requires a variance.
Well, what you're asking is for us to take all the variance.
The same thing from us.
Well, the sanitary system, the alternative diagram showed the sanitary system takes up the majority of the front yard. So
Mr. Sharp just put an important question to us about having Mr. Lamont make some changes. And so we would like to hear respectfully ask if we could hear from some other members of the board to see if it's not going to be binding or anything, but if the majority is open to that before, embarking on something like that.
I think Mr. Sharp's comments are well made. And I personally feel, speaking for myself, that if you guys were to take one more cut at it, that I would be very open to considering it, especially given the net benefits to the environment that the new house would provide based on what's there now. So, but I do think it's important you go through the process.
John, I thought your comments were great. Yours, Will's too. Lily, do you have anything to add?
I agree with Herb and Will, and John, I agree with quite a few of your comments. I don't think we should be telling them I don't think we should be suggesting architecture changes. I don't think that's our field. I think that's Mr. Lamont's field. I do think the environmental changes are a great thing, but I agree with Herb. Let's see what you can do.
One more shot.
Right.
Doesn't have to be detailed drawings, but just something that would give us the ability to get comfortable with the overall scheme. I think even in this discussion, we're heading very much in the right direction, I believe.
So, but Mr. Kriegsman and Mr. Lamont, please do not take this as a promise that whatever you bring to us next time is going to be approved. I think we are trying really hard. I don't know if we've ever spent this much time on one application and given it as much collective thought as to try to how to make this work. So if you want to come back, we can vote to adjourn this and see you next month or the month after, whatever you like. It's up to you.
Yeah, thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to hear from the other members of the board. We will go ahead and take another shot at seeing if we can revise this in a way that's acceptable to the majority. So thank you for those comments.
Just one point, if I might interject. Probably one of the most helpful things, especially since what Chick had mentioned about practical alternatives, was Mr. Lamont's parallelogram. And because I think that gets to the issue of practical alternatives. So great to see revisions to the actual project that the board has looked at, but if a more robust approach to, just maybe kind of filling out that whole issue with the parallelogram and why it's not a practical alternative would be really helpful.
But
thank you.
Also
we'll do that.
I encourage you to think about making a somewhat smaller house. You bought a property, had a house on it, old house, nowhere near the setbacks we need. But because you have that kind of square footage, doesn't mean that that's what the future looks like. I would like you to open your minds to that and to work with your client. So 4 bedrooms and a den, it's a lot of space. May I have a motion to...
Marianne, just one quick thing, just to help the applicant as well, if I could make a remark, would that be okay?
Yes, of course.
I want to echo what Fred said. Again, looking back through the history that I mentioned before, today was the first really productive discussion of the alternatives, the way we read them in the code and the way we have for 2 to 3 years now. So I think that was very helpful, and I credit Mr. Lamont for going through that, because it really got to the discussion where John Parker was able to, talk about certain adjustments to the first floor or the deck or any of those things. And then Will's comments on top of that were the type of analysis and discussion that I think is critical to support an application. And a number of members said that whatever's approved here, we're going to get this back because it does set precedent. And the example to that is, what the applicant is presenting of prior decisions. So we want to be careful, thoughtful, meet the letter of the law. I do want to point out along the lines of John Parker's comments that a deck is part of the structure. And so that is contemplated by the setback. And I'll just add that, again, I would never impose, my opinion because it's the approving authority that makes the decision, which is the Harbor Committee. But from an environmental standpoint, I like where John Parker was going of trying to do better. The 75-foot was very helpful to look at in the parallelogram analysis that was presented. And that may be impractical. And that's really up to this committee. But to try and improve the setback, there is something between 50 foot for the deck and 75 feet that has a better environmental consequence just by virtue of the fact that it comes closer to the setbacks that are contemplated by the code, which, as Mary Ann said, were worked on very hard to get this new code enacted. So just complementing the discussion and saying that it helps support whatever decision may be made in the future. From a procedural standpoint, I am quite certain, and I exchanged some emails with Doris while we've been on this meeting. I think there were some Suffolk environmental diagrams that I do not see as having been submitted as part of the file. Again, I could be wrong, but I got the latest submission from Doris, which looked to me like it was April 29th. And I had all those records, but I think there were some new items presented tonight that I think would be helpful as part of the record. I think the parallelogram diagram would be helpful as part of the record. And the waterfront area of this property, and again, Bruce can add to this or correct me, but is not vegetated. There is lawn, as was said, that goes down to the water. I don't think, and Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, we had a number of submissions. Do we have a comprehensive landscape restoration plan for the areas that you're showing as buffer? Because we've concentrated a lot on the dwelling, but having the equivalent 50-foot buffer is very important to this committee. And I just want to make sure we have a comprehensive landscape restoration plan for the areas that would be part of that future buffer. And I don't want to have a month go by and have to ask for that. So again, correct me if I'm wrong.
So the answer is, in our initial submissions for the buffer, there was a very comprehensive landscape plan. We have made 4 adjustments to the size of this buffer, each time increasing its size and its average width. Right. We have not updated the plans to reflect the most recent because we feel like we've entered this world where we're sort of negotiating against ourselves. So we would be happy to provide such a plan for the buffer that's being proposed today. But I can't magically propose a landscape plan for some configuration of a buffer that I don't even know what it will be by the time I get to the end of this rather lengthy process.
So
okay.
Let me.
Again, that's your call. Go ahead, Mary.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah. You've talked about average width of buffer. We don't actually look at an average width of the buffer, but what we do look at and would appreciate you're doing the calculations is if you don't do a straight line 50 feet from the mean high water line, that you take, it could be a curvaceous line, but that we have the same square footage than if there were a straight 50-foot buffer.
Okay, we've already provided you with that information, and it's already in the file.
Yeah, I have that. And I'll just say, Mary Ann, for the record, that they have a diagram that shows in excess of 50 feet. There's a small incursion into the 50 feet, but they've offset that with greater square footage than the incursion into.
I remember that now. But if
yes.
the house is changing, then maybe that needs to be adjusted. But yes, you're right. I remember that. Yes. Thank you.
And to Bruce's point, we do have a planting plan from, it looks like February 11th that doesn't match the current buffer. So again, it's really just, I would look for that at the point where the committee may request a permit to be prepared if the approving authority is satisfied that you've looked at the alternatives. So it's really just for your information and to avoid delays when we get to that point.
Well, I can offer to just expand that scheme to
sure.
cover the space now proposed. What I can't do is expand the scheme for some other dimension that I don't know.
Well, I think your team, you have to work together with your team for whatever that.
I'm not worried about my team. I'm worried about this board changing things. I can only expand my landscape plan to agree with what I'm proposing now.
We were just trying to expedite this on our side, that, you know, so that we don't do one step and then another step. So you can take that how you like. I mean, if we end up,
correct.
Yeah, just take it as information. That's all.
All right, let's.
May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting until July 7th?
Marianne, can I interrupt you? I think you have a public hearing going, and I'm not sure whether we've asked if there's anybody in the public who wants to comment.
John, you're so good at reminding me that.
I just want to make sure there isn't somebody who's been waiting all this time to comment on this.
Doris, do you see any hands?
I'm checking right now. No hands. If you see any, please let me know, because we have quite no hands, Marianne.
Okay, so going back, may I have a motion to adjourn this application until July 7th, please?
I move.
Great. Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is, well, it's 30 John Street, but we had a request from the consultant to adjourn this meeting. So may I have a motion to adjourn 30 John Street until July 7th?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're moving into public hearings. And the first item is 18 Soundview. May I have a motion to open the public hearing for 18 Soundview?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Is there somebody here who would like to speak to this application?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself and give your address, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Daniel Hall, and I'm with Land Use Ecological Services. I am the agent for the owner, Patricia Kniep, and I believe she's on with us, and also the attorney, Will Shapiro, is present in the forum. And this application before you this evening is for a proposed pool. It's a 15 by 40 foot pool. It's got 850 square feet of surrounding patio area. And with the fence, it's in the rear side or the north side of the existing residence. I believe the project meets required setbacks from the wetlands and from the top of the bluff. There is 2 dry wells proposed, 1 dry well proposed for the pool, and 1 dry well proposed for stormwater runoff generated from the patio.
Mr. Hall, do you have a diagram that you can show on your screen?
I can't share on this computer that I'm on right now, unfortunately. I thought the board would have been familiar with this.
Well, it always.
We have plans.
Yes.
See what I can do if you give me a
See
minute.
if chicken. It's always great we can all look at the same thing at the same time, and
Yes, no, I understand. I'm sorry about that.
Doris, if you could allow me to share. There we go.
Certainly.
Is this your diagram, Dan?
Yes, that is the diagram.
Okay.
And
why don't you explain?
As can be seen in the diagram, the pool is proposed adjacent to the existing deck area on the north side of the house. And the patio is proposed to encompass it. It's actually landward of an existing cottage deck and shower, would walk like I guess it'd be like a beach house cottage area. The two dry wells are over to the left of the proposed pool, one for the pool backwash and the pool, and the other one is proposed for the dry well for the proposed stormwater runoff from the site. The pool system is proposed to be a salt water filtration system, so it's limited to no, very low chlorine content, and the fence, as shown on there, is a 4-foot high fence proposed to encompass the patio, and the limited disturbance is shown. The access for this project will be on the west side of the residence. Machine access back and forth on the west side of the residence. And what I was getting at here, the existing wetlands line is the mean high water mark for this site out in the water here. And as you come further south, there is a upward beach grass vegetation, and there's a bluff. It's well vegetated, and that's where we're at with that. And I didn't know, there's no proposed change in grading in the back except for the pool, of course. And pure will be trucked off-site. And there's no additional landscaping proposed. The area where the pool is currently proposed is turf and grass. It's all previously disturbed areas. And I didn't know if there are any other specific questions the board had. I mean, as far as the buffers go, we do have a buffer from the wetlands line. We meet the 50-foot buffer. I had a question for the board about the 50-foot buffer from the top of the bluff, given the existing structures, the cottage, the walk, etc. I mean, the bluff is heavily vegetated. There's beach grass on the beach. It's clear from the site that there's no runoff that's going to reach the waterway of Sag Harbor Bay from this project. And I didn't know if there were any other specific questions or concerns the board needed me to address. I know there were some public comments as well that I'm happy to address.
Can you tell me what the dotted blue line is around the pool? Is that a pool fence?
Yes, 4-foot high fence, yes, correct.
But then you have another 4-foot high fence that goes into the buffer?
Those are existing fences. The only thing proposed is the pool and the pool fence in that general area there. At the yellow line represents the limited disturbance. That's going to be a line of hay bales and silt fence. And then the other fences and structures are all existing at the site.
Is the existing one-story building, was that a permitted structure?
I believe so, as they have valid certificate of occupancy for all structures on site.
Is there plumbing in that space?
Oh, it's a inhabited house.
No, I know the house. I'm talking about by the deck, the one-story building.
Yeah, the cottage.
There is a shower deck, so I believe there's plumbing out there.
So where does that hook up to, the septic?
I don't know. I assume it hooks up to the drywall and septic system in front of the house.
You might want to find out.
Okay. We certainly can.
So that that structure was built at the same time and permitted with the house?
I don't know if it was built at the same exact time. I do know that it's got a CO.
It does.
Okay. Everything on the site is got a CO.
Right, because you have a shower. You know, you're talking about there's no runoff there. There's actually runoff from a shower. Who knows where that water goes? Who knows where the one-story building, where the bathroom and where that empties? I don't think we have a lot of problems, but I think we need some answers to some of this.
Okay.
Chick, what do you see here?
Well, we had prepared a memo when this was determined to be sufficiently complete.
Right.
And that memo is dated April 19th, 2022. And we had indicated that a non-fertilizer, non-disturbance buffer is not proposed. It is a requirement of village code, both from the wetlands and from the bluff under the special provisions under 285-9E.
Right.
And perhaps if I can do a new share, this is the property. I think you can see my aerial photograph here.
Right.
This is the property here. This is the existing house. The pool is roughly in this area. These are those structures that include steps that lead down to the beach. This is the fence that's closer to the bluff. And the bluff is vegetated, but 50 feet back from the bluff, there are a number of areas that appear to be, not naturally vegetated, perhaps some type of maintained grass. And certainly, again, just to meet the requirements of the code, analysis of this under Chapter 285, the applicant needs to demonstrate that there's no practical alternative to meet the setback requirements, and that includes a 50-foot buffer from the bluff. So I haven't heard that really addressed, but it is part of the code and it should be addressed by the applicant, and we did point it out in our April memo.
And would you assume that those hard structures would need additional, if you put the 50-foot buffer, they're in that, would you need additional buffer to offset the hard structures that would be sitting in the buffer?
Well, that's part of the discussion, certainly. Forgive me, I just went to the wrong.
That's all right.
So I remember that house.
Yeah.
There's a one-story building here. There's a deck. There's a wood walk and steps. There is a fence. These would all be within a 50-foot area. You can see the dimension here of 50 feet.
Right.
So theoretically, to comply with the code, the area north of this line should be established in a buffer. The fact that these are within that area, it is existing, but certainly offsetting that, especially since this is the applicant's line of the limit of disturbance, it seems as though expansion of that buffer would be possible without changing this plan at all. If these areas were increased. And again, we'll leave it up to the applicant to present their case on how it meets that section of the code. But that seems reasonable to me as a way to offset those structures that are in the buffer. Obviously, they are looking for a pool here. The pool meets the setback requirements from the bluff, because actually I think that is 50 feet for a structure. Fred may have that on the tip of his tongue, and I had the code up before. And we do meet the 75 from wetlands. So it's actually 105 feet from wetlands.
Yeah. It meets all the setbacks. The only thing
those are good thoughts.
As Chick mentioned, is the buffer.
It also we need to find out where the septic runs from that one-story building, because it may be a separate system altogether. I doubt that it's hooked up to the front. It could be.
I see from here. Yes.
Yeah. So
good point.
I'm also just pretty amazed. I know this house, but I'm pretty amazed that you were allowed to put a structure like that. It shows how much the code has changed over time. But
I think what do you think? Do we need to see where that shower's draining as well?
Well, the code on the shower is that it can drain into soil. The health department and Chris, the building inspector, said that you can have hot and cold outdoor shower and it can drain certainly into the sand and it'll be fine. I don't think that's the issue. I think I'd like to see, personally, I'd like to see a vote for that structure, but certainly you needed to get the septic marked out for that and for the existing house, so we know where they are.
Right.
And I think Chick is right. We need to see some that's a football field of grass there. It'd be great to see some more buffer,
right,
vegetated.
And to the owner who I met today when I went there, don't be discouraged. Buffers can be really beautiful.
Yeah. The water side is very nice. It's vegetated very nice. Yeah. It looks very, very good.
All right. Any other comments? Any comments from the applicant or the owner? I think we've run through our comments. So just to recap, we're looking for details of the CEO, we're looking for details of the septic system, and we're looking for a buffer plan. Correct?
That's what I would ask
yes,
for.
That's a good summary. I made notes on this
diagram,
at least for my file, but that's consistent with what we just talked about.
All right.
And expansion of the buffer to offset the buildings.
Right. And it doesn't have to be a straight line buffer. It could come up either the west or the east side of the property if that is aesthetically more pleasing. So, okay. Shall we adjourn this?
The public.
Oh, yes, thank you. Are there, yes, and I think there are people here. Is there anybody in the public who would like to address this application?
Okay, I do see a hand raised. I have Renee Simons raising a hand and just one.
Oh, I see two.
Somebody's, Marie Bannister is waving.
So Renee, I think you got the first nod. Would you like to speak and address the
Yes, just very briefly. Having had the opportunity to go through a person who had a pool, who's a next door person, and kind of scrubbed the code at that time, I was under the impression that accessory buildings, which would include a pool, would not be allowed in the front yard. I think there is code 300-9.1.
Right.
Where it says accessory buildings, including private garages and accessory structures, shall not be placed within a front yard and shall not occupy more than 30% of any rear yard. And I was under the impression that beachfronts, their front yard is the space between the house and the bay.
You're totally correct. And usually we don't entertain these applications until we get the ZBA to make that exception. And I forgot. So one thing, I think this application is going to have to go to the ZBA and get that variance.
Okay, and there's one other point, and I'm fogging on this, and I'd have to do the research. The code is so hard to find things, and I found it years ago, and I can't find it now. I thought there was something that said that any structure, particularly a pool, had to be 150 feet from the mean high water mark of the beach. And I'd have to go research. It is something about 100 feet. I remember speaking with Tom, who was there previously as Inspector General. Building inspector. He actually said, I never think about that. We only think about bluff. But yes, it is in the code. So I just need to help maybe find that. But it's definitely there. And it definitely has to be 150 feet from whatever that marking is. So I'll help and look for it, but that is a concern of mine. And just generally speaking, that if this is approved, this will set a precedent. There are 30 beachfront owners, and we will start a trend. And I think in the past it had been rejected, and I'm really concerned about setting that precedent. That's it.
We have two resident experts here, Chick and Fred Thiel. Do you know what Renee is referring to in terms of 150 feet setback for swimming pools?
I can't say that I do. It sounds like she will help us find that. Fred, are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'll take a look. I don't have that one off the top of my head, but I think I know where to look. So I'll see if I can find it.
Great, thank you.
The note from the hearing, so we'll certainly look for a follow-up on that. And this is Dan Hall's application, so he certainly should be addressing these items that as a result of the hearing.
And so how do we want to proceed? Do we want to adjourn this until
we have another
back from the
public,
ZBA?
another member of the public?
Thank you. Marie Bannister.
Yes, I was interested in the buffer because I didn't quite understand how you would do it. But if you say that it needs to be done, will it be done? Is that an automatic shutdown in a sense?
Good question.
If what? If what's not done?
If the buffer, which isn't there now, is not put in place, can that then go? Can you have the construction happen?
They're not supposed to get a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so that's what the bit. And I'm also interested in what Renee was talking about, but I think she set it up, so I don't have to go on.
Okay, good.
Marie, you remember this is the Letcher's house, I believe, right?
Yes, I do very well. Yes, my father-in-law was one of the first people that moved there, 1955.
I remember cutting the lawn.
So
I'm actually your house, but anyway.
What do you remember about the guest cottage? Can you share anything about that?
Well, what Mrs. Letcher was a great gardener, and that was her hothouse. That she would grow things there in the winter. Now, since it changed ownership, the use of the house has changed. But originally, it was there just for her. She was a professional gardener.
Wow!
After teaching in the area.
So, Chick, what do you recommend, or Fred, in terms of working with the ZBA on a swimming pool in what is technically the front yard?
This has come up before. I'll let Fred comment, of course.
We
up to the applicant, really.
We typically want the ZBA to go first because we don't approve things that don't meet the code.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah.
Tell them I want to say something.
Okay. We have another question here.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Bannister, correct?
Mr. Bannister, yes.
The septic tank is in the front yard between the house and the bluff.
Oh.
Well, that's for the existing house. And that's shown in the plan.
Well, you brought up the issue of where the septic tank is for the house to the left as you face the water, and my house. And I'm telling you that I know where the septic tank is because I saw it put there many years ago, 1950. And I know it's still there.
So it's probably a cesspool.
Right.
Cesspool is in front of the house, about halfway to the beach.
Yeah, that needs to be.
Yeah,
we need to see
that's not good.
Yeah.
So we would like, I would like anyway, the applicant to think about while she's digging up her whole yard, to put in one of these new innovative alternative septic systems. They reduce greatly the nitrogen, and it's the nitrogen from the septic systems that pollute the waters that nitrogen is a fertilizer, it fertilizes the algae. We have harmful algae blooms, and has a very deleterious effect on finfish and shellfish. Could go on about that for a while, but there's a lot to be said about putting in an innovative alternative septic system. So.
Marianne, I just had one other remark. It relates to one of the comments that we heard from the public.
Yeah.
And this I'll credit to Brant because I didn't think of it in this way, but 285-6 identifies the regulated activities and areas for our wetlands code. And there's a 150-foot, I'll call it a jurisdiction area.
Yeah, check. I just was doing a search, and I think probably what Renee was referring to. That's our jurisdictional limit is the 150 feet. It's not the setback.
Right. So I think that may be it, because I'm not aware of
I just did a search. I couldn't find any other 150 feet.
I'll look some more, but it wasn't the in terms of jurisdiction. It was actually setback, and in fact, the neighbor was some concerned about it. And after their lawyers took a look, Tom and the lawyers actually moved the pool even further back to make sure they stayed away from that demarcation. Just FYI. And while I have the floor, one other thing I mentioned, I know the response will be this is not a Sag Harbor Village decided issue, but from the state and the national perspective of the listing for National Registry, the beach is listed as part of the geography that's covered by that listing, just FYI.
I'm not sure how to interpret that in terms of what we have at hand.
I'm just saying if after the zoning, if it comes up in terms of protecting the beach, I'm not sure what variables would apply to that. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay. All right. So are we going to recommend that this applicant adjourn with us here, take their business to the ZBA, and whether or not the ZBA gives them the variance to have a pool in the front yard? And if they do give them the variance to have a pool in the front yard, then they come back to us?
That's how it works.
Okay. So there we go. You've gotten a heads up. You've gotten some ideas that if you get approval, what it is we need from you. But I think your next stop is the ZBA. May I have a motion to adjourn this discussion, this application, until July 7th? Until July 7th, and if you're not through with the ZBA, then please come back to us so that we can adjourn it until August. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have 22 Long Point Road. Is there somebody here to speak to that application?
We need to open the public hearing, Marianne.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to open the public hearing on 22 Long Point Road?
I'll make the motion.
And a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, is there anybody to speak to the application for 22 Long Point Road?
Yes, Michael Sciano from Mitchell Science Research Associates on behalf of the applicant.
Hi.
Hi. And with me, I also have the owner's attorney, Mary Jane Asano, is in the room with me here. And we also have Bates Massey Architecture, Stimson Landscape Architecture, and our project engineer, Michael Marinis from BBV Engineering. I'm going to give kind of a general overview. Let me just start sharing my screen. Doris, please provide me with the ability to do so.
Yes, you're ready.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to give a general overview of what the project is, and then some members of our team will be able to provide specifics as we go through. 22 Long Point Road is a vacant property located on this peninsula on Long Point Road. We have Morris Cove to the northeast of the property, and then to the southwest across Long Point Road, we have kind of the mouth of Ligony Creek that empties out into, or it's kind of where Ligony Creek goes out into Upper Sag Harbor Cove. So we have both two sets of surface waters and two bodies of wetlands that we're encumbered by in this situation. The property is The total deeded area of the property is 40,094 square feet. There are two kind of arms of wetlands that extend down from Morris Cove. These wetlands were flagged by the village on March 9th, 2020, and they cover about 16,092 square feet of the property. This means that the lot area of the property as defined by the village code, which excludes the wetlands, is 24,002 square feet. And the elevations on the property are relatively low. They range from about 2.2 feet in elevation, and the highest point, these are all spot elevations here, the highest point that's on the property is at 5.9. And the groundwater depth is pretty shallow. Groundwater was encountered at elevation 1.2. So that's going to kind of play into what we're going to be talking about here today. It should be noted that the paved surface of Long Point Road technically limits the Harbor Committee's jurisdiction under section 285-4A1. But we have kept those wetlands in mind as we've kind of proceeded with the design of this. So that's going to also play into it.
Michael, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
Isn't that a private road?
It's a private road, but it was paved and has been paved since prior to the adoption of the wetlands chapter.
So Fred, does that still?
Doesn't matter if it's public or private. It only matters if it's paved.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
So here is our proposal. We have made some adjustments to the project along the way based on comments that we initially received from Nelson Pope and Voorhees on August 30th, 2021. Following the receipt of that memo, things have been shifted around. I just wanted to bring up the fact that we've been through some discussions with Nelson Pope and Voorhees already, and what we're presenting to the board and to the public is kind of the revisions that were made as a result of that. So the plan is currently proposed, includes a 2-story, 3-bedroom FEMA compliant dwelling, single family dwelling with a footprint of 1,201 square feet. It is located 50.3 feet from the wetlands. And I'm going to get into later about why that is. And we'll get into all of that. There's also a 119 square foot 2nd story balcony on the north side of the property, a 146 square foot utility shed, which primarily serves to elevate the AC units above FEMA elevation, but it also provides some additional storage on the property. We also proposed a 553 square foot elevated boardwalk that extends from the house to the mean high water line. The boardwalk is going to be made of untreated wood with light penetrating decking and will be elevated above grade. Per discussions that we've had on other projects, there is only one length of boardwalk that extends to the water. So I just want to make sure that's clear. The project also includes 2,365 square feet of associated assorted pathways, pedestrian pathways that go around the property, and in this area there's a 1,580 square foot reinforced turf area that serves for parking purposes. The proposed dwelling will be serviced by an IALWTS. This system has been designed to minimize the need for proposed fill to the maximum extent that we can. I've already mentioned how shallow everything is, but we have done as best we can in order to minimize that. The system is only located 33 feet from the flagged wetlands, but the purpose of where it's located is really to get it as far away from surrounding surface waters as possible. The Suffolk County Health Department has a limit of 100 feet from surface waters. So the location of the septic has been designed based on the fact that there's water to both the south and to the north of the project. The septic system is a shallow pressurized drain field system, again, to minimize the fill necessary. Later, if the board has any questions about this, Michael from BBV is here to answer your questions. In addition to the proposed work, we are proposing a non-disturbance non-fertilization buffer, which extends over 10,883 square feet of the property. That's shown in gray here. And stormwater drainage will be provided for roof runoff, for a 2-inch rainfall. Together with construction activities, we are also proposing a thorough invasive species mitigation plan. Let's see if I can.
Is this where you're using it to thatch the house? I love that.
There's probably enough of it. But there is a thorough invasive species mitigation program, which seeks to remove all invasive species from the property, including Phragmites, autumn olive, Siberian elm, and tree of heaven. Stimson Landscape Architecture is going to provide some more details a little later on. I should note now that we are nearly complete with preparing a construction management plan for the project per the recommendations of Nelson Pope and Voorhees. We'll submit that within the next week or two once that's all done. When we submit it will also depend on how this discussion goes and whether or not we have to adjust anything. But we do have one. We know that it's very important so that the village knows exactly how everything's going to happen. So I just want to make sure that's clear. In addition, the project does include work within the roadbed of Long Point Road. In Nelson Pope and Voorhees' original memo, August 30th, 2021, they indicated that we may be asked to demonstrate how the project sponsor has the ability to work within the right-of-way, and Mary Jane Asado can speak to that at this time.
Good evening. Mary Jane Asado, Burke Flanagan Asado, 21 South Main Street for the applicant. We've done an extensive title search, and it has been determined from the title search that the ownership of the bed of the road was inadvertently not conveyed, unlike properties to either side when the lot was conveyed. I'm in communication with the owner, who is one of the original developers, to obtain a quitclaim deed to the bed of the road. So we would stipulate on the record, and certainly any approvals that you may grant, we condition upon that no work would be done on the bed of the road without either a quitclaim deed or a total written authorization permitting such work by the owner of the property, if that is satisfactory to you. So.
I don't think we care.
Whatever. Mike, but it's not a big issue for us. But that's fine. We certainly can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. We just want to make sure that it was very clear that,
understood.
we are
I
pursuing that.
I actually expect to have a quitclaim deed because it makes no sense that the original developer, when he conveyed out to either side, that was included in, this was an inadvertent omission. So I really don't expect that we're not going to be able to do that.
Chick, you were starting to say something?
No, you just cut the legs out from under me.
Why?
We pointed it out as a point of information. I think it is important that the applicant perform work on land that they're entitled to perform work on. So I'm glad Mary Jane looked into that. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I was too quick. But what kind of discussions, when is there a discussion about a lot being unbuildable? What are the setbacks from the wetlands? 50-something feet?
75 feet for a structure, 100 for sanitary, and a 50-foot natural buffer.
Right. And how far is the structure from the wetlands?
33 feet, if I remember correctly, but we can let.
The septic system is proposed at 33 feet. The house is proposed at 50.3. If you would allow me to, and the consultants, just to go through kind of what our intent has been, and just to explain a little bit why there were no practical alternatives based on what we're doing. I'd like to just go through that, and then we're here to listen to you after that, Marianne. I understand. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So as part of the application package, InterScience submitted this building envelope analysis that identified the fact that there is no legal place or based on required wetland setbacks for a septic system to go that would comply with the wetland setbacks. And the only allowable principal building envelope for a house, you can see that in these two yellow areas here, the total area of that is only 357 square feet. So when we were setting out to design this, we wanted to make sure that we were really trying not to have to request any variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals. And also, we understand that we were very cognizant of the fact that the board does find that a 50-foot wetlands buffer is very important. So we wanted to hold the structure at the setback of 50 feet. In terms of the design of the house, Bates Massey can speak to that. And I think that would probably be a good time for them to chime in now. Is either Paul or Aaron available to talk?
Hi, this is Paul Massey from Bates Massey Architects. Mike, will you be scrolling through this for us, or can I have the ability to share my screen?
Sure, I will stop sharing and so that you can bring it up. Doris, just let us know.
Okay, give me a minute.
Sure.
And it's Mike?
Paul Massey.
No,
Paul.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
It's not ready yet. It's saying
it should be ready.
Okay,
Paul?
Let me try again.
Okay.
Go. So I'm going to go through the conceptual. Mike has spoken about the zoning regulations. In terms of our focus on the design of the parcel, we were requested to look at the plantings that were on site, the existing, and we studied that with Stimson and Associates, who can speak further about the exact species. But our focus was to restore this property with native vegetation. And our goal was to use the architecture to help facilitate that. So in studying the property, we were able to see the prevailing wind direction. And subsequently, this worked out well with us because what we were able to do was look at where the house would be located on the property, and that the substantial portion of the property that has the invasive species over here, we could utilize the wind direction to help facilitate the regrowth of native species. And in terms of doing that and how we would do that, we looked at creating a platform for a number of plant species we have here that's highlighted, that we worked with Stimson and Associates, and that are seedlings, and that would be in the early season of the year, they would be blown off the roof of the house where we have it planted in order to help, take root of the area. And in turn, what we would be taking out, which was mentioned earlier, the thatch, this is actually the Phragmites, which is what's used for thatching, that and little blue stem. We would propose to dry that and use it as a building material for the house itself. And in this idea of being able to disperse the seeds on the site, that's when we came up with the form of the building, which in turn helped us fit within the envelope, but also was able to channel the wind direction. And our inspiration for that was the parabolic dune, which gave us the idea of being able to shape the form of the building. As we got into it, some of our inspiration were the sort of local duck lines that we see, and thinking of this as an extension of the landscape that becomes a part of it, and in turn, sort of being able to address it with this environment. And then some of the precedents that we looked at were these that are familiar to us, and then using that in an architectural manner. Here we have a couple of the thatch in a more modern setting.
How big is the house?
The house is 1,998 square feet.
On 2 floors.
Correct. And so what we did was we stacked the floor plates on top of each other to help minimize the footprint.
Chick, do you have some comments here?
Is the applicant finished?
There seemed to be a long pause, so I assume so, but that may be
well,
wrong.
I don't know if Joe from Stimson, if you...
Sorry, well, I wasn't sure if you were finished with your stuff. You are? Okay.
Yep.
Paul, can you stop sharing, please? Thank you. Okay.
What?
Okay. So the area of disturbance that we're calling out for that we've shown on the plans is 16,750 square feet. But I did want to just point out that Stimson's has identified on their plan sets a number of he'll be able to go through this. Joe will be able to go through this a little more in depth, but I just wanted to point out that there are a number of existing shrubs and trees that are going to be identified to be protected, and that the location of these did play into, you'll see that I've just kind of taken the plans that were submitted and added some color to them, so you can see that these existing shrubs and trees actually facilitated the design of where pathways and walkways are. So while the project limiting fence goes around where the proposed disturbance is, not everything within that area is going to be disturbed. There is going to be areas that will also be protected. So it's not just going to be completely clear cut. From there, Joe, do you want me to bring up stuff, or do you want to be able to share? What do you want me to do?
Yeah, Mike, maybe you could just step back to the planting plan. I think you had it there.
Sure.
I think you've done a good job of explaining the project and, just focusing on a few landscape specific items here. It is a fairly pristine site. There are some areas of invasive species, as Mike and Paul have alluded to. We put forward plans on how those invasive species would be managed. As Mike mentioned, working around and with many of the beautiful existing red cedars on this property and groundsel and other herbaceous native species was important and critical to the success. As Mike alluded to, we're hoping to preserve and planning to preserve many of those mature trees in place, and those that need to be relocated for the construction of the project and for the components of the project will be carefully moved to other locations on the site. And as you can see from this proposed planting plan, the intent is to fully revegetate with native vegetation the majority of the site to achieve the goal of this project feeling like it is part of nature, that blind within this restored and beautiful coastal landscape.
So I just wanted to touch on a few things because per the village code, specifically 285-9D1 and 92, we do have to talk about whether there are any practical alternatives, and we have to submit information to demonstrate that work cannot be accomplished at an alternative site on this or in an alternative configuration. We've provided you with the building envelope analysis to show that there is no legal building envelope there. The house size has been minimized. It is a 3-bedroom house, so that has minimized the size of the septic system to the maximum extent practicable. The first floor of the house, while the footprint of the house is just over 1,200 square feet, the first floor only has about 998, I think, square feet of habitable space. Because of FEMA regulations, some of that first floor square footage is mechanical space. And then the second floor is almost entirely habitable space. But we really try to pull everything in as much as we can. The proposed balcony that we have, the reason to have a second floor balcony here is, as you can see, as Joe has described, we haven't identified much of any space outside that someone could enjoy all of this nice vegetation and the natural environment around. So this is one of the places where the owners would be able to experience that, would be this second story balcony here. And we've held that 50.3 foot setback. It doesn't touch on the ground or anything. It's just elevated, cantilevered off the north side of the house there. And then I just did want to just point again to the fact that the utility shed, we can't put the AC units on top of the house because it wouldn't comply with height requirements. And also we're really trying to go for a green roof, which will help to minimize stormwater runoff from the house to a drainage system. Even though the drainage system is proposed to handle 100% of the stormwater runoff from the house for a 2-inch storm, we did what we could to add elements to this to really try to mitigate potential impacts from development on this site. For these reasons, we don't think that there are any practical alternatives to what's being proposed, but we will welcome any questions or comments from the board at this time.
Why do we have to approve building anything on this lot? I mean, isn't there an argument that it's an unbuildable lot? There's no pre-existing structure here, which is different from some of the other applications that we get. And there must be some lots that are just too small or too close to the wetlands, too close to the beach to allow a structure to be built.
John, that's my question entirely. Fred, can you talk to us about that?
Well, sure. First, I had a question for Mike, if I could. I just was curious whether or not they had a DEC permit yet for this project.
The DEC review is pending on this.
Pending, okay.
We resubmitted everything that we submitted to the village in March at the same time that we submitted stuff back to the village.
I just was curious whether there was any action on this. So to the board's question of, this has been the age-old story with wetlands laws, whether it's been the state wetlands or a local wetlands law. And, if you're not going to allow any use of the property, then, typically it would be, you would have to acquire it, right? There's a constitution kind of thing. And as far as, a reasonable return for the property and taking of property. So, the question would be, if the village was not going to allow the permit, or the state for that matter, with the DEC, if they weren't going to grant a permit on it, would they be prepared to acquire it? And that's kind of the threshold question with that. And then locally, the source of funding for acquiring properties, the CPF, would need a willing seller. So, this is obviously a very, very constrained lot. And, if whatever the level of government, if you're not going to grant a permit on it, you need to be prepared to acquire the property.
That's the answer. Thank you.
Well, Fred, I mean, couldn't there be properties that are just physically too small to put up for us to approve putting a house on? I mean, when a person purchases the property, unless there's something else involved, it doesn't seem to me that it automatically comes with a right to build. When you're purchasing it, that it wouldn't meet the code requirement,
and that certainly affects the value.
So who is the owner of the property?
The owner of the property is an LLC, Pumpkin Partners LLC.
I see that, yes. Is it the same people adjacent that just built the other Bates Massey house?
It is, yes.
Okay.
But that is in the documents that were submitted with the application. So yes.
Right. So this is a bit like a guest cottage, perhaps. I don't know. Irrelevant comment.
Well, for instance, somebody could purchase the property to grow pumpkins, but that doesn't mean they can build a house.
Well, I think Fred's comments. We have to think about Fred's comments. Not to discard that question, John, but I'd like to ask Chick what he thinks of those elevated walkways. Didn't we just deal with elevated walkways and ended up settling for something else a little further down the street?
The same owner.
Right on the same road, exactly, Herb.
Right.
So that was, I'll just make a couple of remarks, Marianne, if I could. Mike in his presentation referred to one of our early letters, which was from August 30th, 2021. It was finding the application incomplete, but it was providing some, guidance in terms of things that we would look for as we move forward. And at a later date, we did issue a memo finding this sufficiently complete on May 4th, 2022. So they did take to heart some of the comments in our preliminary review memo. There were a number of things outlined in that April memo, May 4th memo, that we've talked a little bit about, but I mean, it's extremely clear to all of us. And I think John's comment really shows that this is a very severely constrained property. I did personally delineate the wetlands here. I delineated the wetlands on the property to the east and the west. And I'm very familiar with the area. And of course, we have water bodies on both sides, as we've come to learn, on Long Point Road. So, in that comment letter, we did identify the deficiencies in terms of the setbacks, but it's pretty obvious. We did acknowledge the buffer, almost 11,000 square feet. And I certainly acknowledge that, the plans have a significant amount of natural revegetation, more than we've seen. Almost the whole property is being naturally revegetated. So I think the applicant has looked to do everything they can with a constrained lot. But we did point out, comment number 6 of that May 4th memo, there are gravel walkways and raised walkways within the 50-foot setback. And that's very similar to the prior application. And that's been consistent with the Harbor Committee. We've actually reoriented pathways to be perpendicular as opposed to traversing laterally through wetland buffer areas in order to increase the amount of natural vegetation. So I think that's something that we do need to hear from the applicant on. And I would certainly encourage modification there. Certainly some reasonable access through the property, but it's supposed to be a natural setting. So gravel pathways and elevated walkways, in my mind, are not consistent. They may be great from an architectural standpoint, and certainly the applicant likes that access, but there may be a ways to achieve it and minimize the disturbance. We did point out that there is septic relief and health department approvals required. And I know Mike Marinas is here. I think we may want to hear from him on the status of that. Mike Schiano did mention that a construction methodology is forthcoming. That hasn't been submitted, but it was one of our comments. We did want clarification on removal of trees. I think that may be evident on the plans, but Mike may want to just add to that a little bit. And then I think one of the members had already asked about the status of the DEC permit, which is pending. So, I like the green roof. I like the landscape restoration. I like the removal of invasive species. I think it's very creative. Just looking at the nature of the house and that this applicant knew that this was a severely constrained lot, if not unbuildable, and is really putting everything they can to the design to try and overcome that situation. But the fact remains, it's very much substandard in terms of setbacks, and it is currently a vacant lot. So those are the comments at this point. But I think the line of discussion has been helpful, and I would agree with that.
Agree with what?
Just some of the comments,
okay.
Severe constraints of this property.
And what would you
means in terms of permitting and precedent, and that weighed against what Fred indicated. Some of the legal,
obligations.
Yeah, the legal aspects of those discussions.
Can somebody, Mike or Chick, can you remind me what we approved in terms of walkways down the road?
Go ahead, Mike, or whoever is talking. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Mike. So we eliminated all of the proposed elevated walkways except for what connected the house to the dock. And so the only elevated walkway that we are proposing right now is to connect to an area where there will be a future dock, but we did not include the dock in this application because it sometimes winds up being the tail that wags the dog in terms of approvals. So, and previous iterations of the plans did show like future dock Nelson Pope before he's asked us to remove it because they may have been confusing as to, well, is this part of the application now or not? So the only one that we're proposing in terms of an elevated walkway is from the house to the dock. Some reason for that
which is not part of the application, right?
The dock is not part of the application, correct? Right. So the dock, a lot of there's a question of when certain regulatory entities, when their review is triggered. And so we ended this walkway at the mean high water line, because once you go past the mean high water line, then you have to go to the Southampton Town Trustees, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of State. So we stopped it there, and we would then, none of that would be necessarily constructed unless we also got permits for all of that stuff. But that would be covered under a completely separate application process. As far as the
Mike, let me just ask you.
Sure, go ahead.
Why does the boardwalk need to be elevated all the way down to high water? Is there a reason why you can't do an at-grade path?
I guess that there's a certain, typically when there are wetlands, vegetated wetlands involved, the Army Corps of Engineers requires that you have an elevated path that goes over those vegetated wetlands. And at some point, the elevated walkway has to go up to like 4.5 feet above grade. We have chosen the one path that goes between the kind of arms of wetlands that I talked about at the beginning. And the purpose of it is to allow vegetation to grow underneath it. So even though that it is a structure, the Army Corps of Engineers believes that having an elevated walkway is actually better because vegetation grows underneath it. So
that's certainly true in the wetlands areas.
Right.
And I could make the case that that would also assist with vegetative growth in the buffer area. But we do need to weigh that against the nature of the structure itself and whether a 4-foot wide at-grade path would overall have less impact. And I'm not totally convinced. And I also would recommend, coming back, because you're going to need a dock permit, and basically eliminating that portion of it until such time as you do propose the dock, because you can cover it all at that time.
So propose it all propose all parts of the elevated walkway with the dock at that time.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
With consideration for, really looking carefully if an elevated structure is needed through the buffer area.
Understood.
Good. And then the lateral gravel path, there's a number of them. And of course, we know that, of this property is outside some sort of setback. But those lateral paths that go within a couple of feet of the wetlands, that was certainly a question in the memo. And I would ask you to look at that now and either set them back, reduce them, eliminate them, to, establish natural area, especially so close to the wetlands.
Can you put your cursor on what we're just I know that it's that line that goes up north or whatever direction that is. That's
so the elevated walkway, I'm going to highlight it here for you here, just so that you know what the difference between these things are.
Right.
So it's not the whole thing. I kind of went through the center line of it, but that's the elevated walkway. And then the gravel pathways, there's one that goes over here. I'm not really great with this mouse, so I apologize. And then there's one that goes here, and then there's one that connects the road with the house here. Again, this kind of weaves through existing vegetation here.
Where do people park their cars again on that?
On this reinforced turf area that's right here.
I don't really see why you need all those different gravel pathways. Where the one that skirts the wetlands up to the north, where's that going? Is it going to the adjoining property?
It does, yes. So some of these are meant to function as maintenance paths. So the one that, so you can't see it on this very clearly, but the septic system is right here. What was that? Someone have a question?
Not me.
Okay. So there are, some of these do function as maintenance paths. So there's the septic system right here and the IAOWTS treatment tank that's right here. So it's best to have a path that the people who are servicing these systems, which all IAOWTS have to be serviced typically on a quarterly basis. So we need to provide them with a way of getting to the systems. I believe the control box is in this area, and you have to be able to have line of sight between the treatment tank and the control box when that happens. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of these, while they are pedestrian paths for the use of the owner, they're also meant to provide kind of maintenance paths for the vegetation as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that path in the buffer zone, I think there's just one path that's within the buffer zone is a maintenance pathway.
Okay.
It's similar to the pathways that were approved on the other property at the end of Long Point Woods. Same gravel at grade, minimal width.
Right.
Michael, a lot of buffer restoration. Just about every plan this committee reviews, and we don't see maintenance paths for the buffer restoration.
Right.
So we know that it can be done without that. And I just would continue to question that. Certainly access to parts of the sanitary system may be needed, but I think those should be reevaluated for the minimum access that would, provide that maintenance opportunity.
And I think that that sort of semicircle to the front of the house, well, I don't know, it's hard to say what the front of the house is, but I can see a path that goes over there to where the cars are going to be. I don't really necessarily see the need to have that extension over there to the right that goes from the house down to the street. If people need to go to the street, it seems they just go out past the cars.
Street. Oh my God.
What?
That is outside of the buffer zone, though, that pathway.
Michael from BBV, can you just confirm that I was correct in terms of the line of sight with the septic system and the control panel?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Hi, this is Mike Marinas. Hi, it's Mike Marinas from Barrett, Bernacchi and Van Weel. I'm the engineer that designed the sanitary system for the project. Just backing up so everyone is aware, there's only a very thin corridor where we could even put the IA system because we have the 100-foot on both sides. So the area that we located it over to the west was really the ideal placement location. Chip also had asked what the status of the health department application was. We initially made application back in 2021. We received some comments from the health department in September of 2021. We addressed those comments. And at this time, we have a notice of incomplete application, which only indicates that the wetlands permits are required. So we've gone through as far as we can with the health department. They've reviewed the proposed system and has gone as far as we can at this point until we get wetland permits.
Thanks, Michael.
So I think you've justified the path that that goes off to the left of the house, circling around by the IA system. I sort of agree with Chick that this path that's sort of the curvilinear path that separates the wetlands, the buffer, whatever up there, the dark hatch. Oh, not really clear what the need for that is.
Okay. No, it's noted, and we'll look at it just as we looked at it for 34 Long Point Road. You know, I'm not going to have an answer for you today because we'll have to look at it, talk to our client about it, and I'm sure that we can figure something out and come back to you with that. So I appreciate your comments on that, and if and of the gravel pathways in general. Are there any other?
One thing that you might want to do is, if you want a pathway to this other house, is the pathway that goes up there through the septic system when it reaches the height to just curve it around into the other yard.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I do understand what you're saying. Yes.
Enunciate, Mike.
I apologize.
At this point, we're all kind of grunting, but you might be able to get, you know, the functionality without putting that huge looping gravel path up there.
I had one other question, Marianne, if I could.
Yeah, you're so polite.
Well, yes, I want to be recognized.
Please.
I don't want to interrupt anyone. The reinforced turf area for car parking, it's obviously an unusual shape. And I'm just looking at that for practicality of how many cars fit, what's their orientation, and if there's areas that would not be parked on or, you know, practical because of the configuration that could be shifted to natural restored areas. Is that possible?
Yeah, it accommodates 2 vehicles parking head in, page up. We could definitely look at the area. There is some area, you know, on the house side that is beneath existing cedars to be preserved that could be converted to native vegetation.
Good.
Yeah, it just seems as though there's going to be excess there that's not going to be parked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as a random comment, I thought the design of the building was exquisite. It's not what I'm here to look at, but I thought it was beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say, I like the design and the effort as well. I mean, just the, you know,
just the
question of this, such a small lot.
Right.
It is. May I just say one thing here? And
sure.
I mean, I agree with the comments of everybody on the design and all that, but we are heading in a little bit of a different direction here. I mean, Fred has suggested that, yes, at some point this becomes a taking and maybe there has to be some compensation, but are we at that point in terms of what we're allowing to be built on the site or what should be allowed to be built on the site? I mean, it is a kind of a very interesting project, but it kind of contradicts almost everything else we've said tonight and in every other meeting in the last couple of years. I mean, they're asking for a 50-foot wetland setback, and I think we have to kind of think about that for a while.
Well, I think Fred made it clear that if we deemed the site unbuildable, that we have to be prepared to have an offer.
I'm not saying it's unbuildable, but I'm saying we haven't even talked about what are the alternatives on the site in terms of the structure.
Well, how much smaller can you get? It's like 1,000 square feet footprint.
Okay, listen, I'm
encouraging you. I'm not trying to be critical.
I don't know what that answer is. I'm not sure when very strict enforcement or interpretation of our own regulations, of our own code becomes a taking, and when it simply becomes, you know, something that everybody who builds a a property in Sag Harbor has to deal with. I don't know where that point is.
From my point of view, this is really different than our previous situation, where I think that there were remedies that, the creative ones on our side, not me, came up with some suggestions that were really good. But I don't see here, this is, there's a septic system in front, there's the wetlands in back. I don't know where, and I don't feel they're being greedy with the 1,000 square feet. Would you have it be smaller? How would you give me an idea of where
I don't have an idea. All I'm saying is that we're focusing on what I view as a lot of ancillary issues, the location of paths, the material of paths, and so forth, but we haven't really fully addressed this issue of whether this house, as designed, should be built where it is. And I think that's what we've done in every other application, and I'm not sure why we're not doing it here.
I guess because I need to see a vision of where else it could go. Chick, do you have a vision of how else we could get closer to satisfying wetland permits or wetland setbacks and still let this be a buildable lot?
Well, it's kind of along the lines of what we've asked other applicants to do. And I'll just pose questions. Are we satisfied that this is the smallest house that would be possible on this piece of property? We know what the applicant said. I think it was just under 2,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms. But that's, when you're dealing with the structure, that's really the only question we can ask. And then we can slide it around here or there and see if it's better or worse. But the applicant did look to consider the wetlands on both sides, even though there is a road to the south. We might make some type of a trade-off and feel that maybe it makes more sense to move it closer to the road.
What is the distance to the road now? Do you have that?
I'll bring up the yeah.
But those are the types of things, Marianne, that we might ask. We are kind of jumping to, our gut is telling us that they've really looked at this very carefully. But to push this because of the significant constraints and the extreme substandard nature of the setbacks, those are the type of questions I would ask.
So maybe we need to ask
shift it around a little.
Shift it around or make it a 2-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house. Does that make I don't know where that goes.
Yeah, we're talking about an extremely constrained lot here. So that's what.
Just real quick to answer Herb's question, the house is at the front, the rear setback of 30 feet.
30. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What was it? I didn't catch that.
It is at 30 feet. And also between the house and the road is the drainage system. And we can't, if we put the drainage system anywhere else, then it'd be closer to wetlands and also, or closer to the septic system, which it has to be a certain distance away from. And or it would require disturbance of some other part of the property where, so we've put the drainage system in kind of like the best place in order to still provide enough drainage, also based on where fill and gradient kind of worked in that case. So
when you say drainage, are you talking about the septic?
Stormwater runoff drainage from the roof.
From the roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah, so that's these structures here, which I know that the DEC is going to require that we provide at least 2 inches of stormwater runoff from the roof of the house.
But when you only have what is it, 14 inches to groundwater? What are you putting in there? I mean, you can't really put in dry wells, can you?
I'm sure Mike Marinas can address it, but they're leaching galleys that are designed for that purpose. They're shallow depth.
Okay.
That's correct, Chick. Yeah, 7 concrete chambers are only 1.5 foot deep.
Wow. But where do they drain into? Just straight into groundwater, right?
Right. They function just like a dry well, just a different shape.
But the answer is that prevents the house from being moved farther toward the road.
Right.
Because to move it around, if you move that, then you've got to put that drainage system someplace else. And that would be putting it into the what little wetlands buffer that you have.
Well, they're also at the 30-foot line, I think.
Right. So principally, it's the zoning setback, but then also the fact that we needed to put the drainage system somewhere.
Got it.
Mike, you don't get, or either Mike, you don't get credit for the green roof as it relates to stormwater storage?
From what I've experienced with the DEC, the answer is no, essentially. They take it, they like to hear it, in the event that it does help to mitigate it to some respect, but it's not like that it reduces the coefficient any. They just want to make sure that you are proposing that so that if someone else in the future purchases the property and then doesn't maintain that roof, that you still have the right amount of drainage.
Right.
And it is a 100% green roof that's proposed, correct?
Paul, is that correct?
Yes. Mike, do you want to bring up the site plan so you can see the setbacks?
Sure. Are you talking about your site plan?
That or the survey?
This is the survey from a BVV.
No, my screen must be frozen because I'm still looking at the planting plan.
Oh, okay.
Same here. I think you need to do a new share, Mike.
Oh yeah, sure.
There you go.
Oh, so those are the structures, the fields, yeah.
Mike, do you want to highlight that envelope that shows the 50 feet and the 75 feet?
Sure. Where does it go?
That's right.
Wow.
So that's the 50, and then the 75 you can see a little bit more clearly. I think that's 75.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So the structural setback is this darker line here.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we here?
Marianne, again, I'm going to compliment my associate Brant, who's been doing some research, but there is, there's one factor that he's pointed out. It could be a benchmark. Again, it's goes along the lines of the size of the structure. Just that in the dimensional regulations of the zoning code, chapter 300 on the second page of attachment 2, there's a habitable floor area per dwelling unit. And we were kind of thinking about this because other codes do have that minimum size. It's something that you can't go below. And it's 800 square feet on the first floor. So again, maybe it's a benchmark, maybe it's something to put out there for the applicant to consider. Again, it really just goes to this exhausting the practical alternatives.
So what is it 1,100 or even 1,000 for the base floor right now?
1,000.
Yeah.
Again, I'd love to hear more from Fred. Maybe not now because this is really getting to be a long night. But at what point? And maybe Chick is right. If you're talking about the minimum size, maybe at that point it is not a taking. Below that, it is a taking. Maybe it is a benchmark. But I'd like to think more about that.
So
before I commit to this. So
right. So well, I think there's a couple of things that we would like people to do in terms of the gravel paths, but so if like we have a minimum size floor of 800 square feet, if we want to go in the direction you're suggesting, Herb, is that we ask them to come back with a house that's got an 800 square foot first floor.
Yeah. For habitable space.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I guess my question was more, I for myself, I need to get a better understanding of this idea of a taking.
Yeah,
if you have a piece of land which is
why don't we do this, because we're obviously
it is late
during this hearing tonight.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
I will be glad to provide the board with a more detailed analysis, really, of what the case law is with regard. I mean, there's a number of cases that have dealt with wetlands regulations and when a permit gets turned down and all of that. It was a pretty big case not that long ago. Well, I take that back. It's a while ago now. It's probably about 20 years, where the DEC turned down a permit out here on the South Fork. That we can, I'll provide you a full analysis. We're not making any decisions tonight, so
okay.
I'll do that so you have it in time for the next meeting.
Appreciate that, Fred. Thank you.
Enough.
And I would like to see an 800 square foot. You've sort of inspired me, Herb. I mean, it's like, okay, so we're against a rock and a hard place, but we should go to whatever is the minimum intrusion into this, very delicate lot.
Yeah. Once again, it's a beautiful project. I mean, this is breathtaking. And the amount of restoration that's going into the site, all that is fantastic. But it is a virgin site, even though it's contaminated by a lot of, invasive shrubbery and plants and so forth. But still, I think it's worth being exceptionally cautious, is my view.
I agree.
I understand, and I appreciate the comments, and we will. And I guess the only other thing I would just note is I think that there may be some people from the public that have to speak, but besides that, we can definitely go back to our client and talk to him about stuff. So
okay, so
thank you very much.
So does anybody have their hand up, Doris?
Yes, we have Patty Nelson. One person. Yes.
Hi. I'll start video. It's David Nelson, and I live across the cove from this property. And, I understand it's a very difficult proposition to build on this site, because I think it's only, I saw one elevation, one drawing that said it was 180 feet wide. I don't know what the distance is from wetland to wetland on either side, but this is pretty much an unbuildable lot. Obviously has no elevation. I don't think the issue of taking is all that significant. As far as the Sag Harbor Building Code is concerned, there's 357 square feet of available building space in that lot. So that would be pretty easy for the CFP to take care of, or, I'll buy it myself. There's not much taking there because there's not that much land there. It's pretty much all wetlands. But we can set that aside, and perhaps what we could agree on is when the applicant gets, the dock permit and the construction plan, and actually finalizes some of their commitments on their property next door, then they would be in a better position to be arguing for this new property. But the issues of, even to say, you have a 3-bedroom house with 2 parking spaces. Is that code? I thought it was, I don't know. It seemed like that was we needed more than that. And certainly in that particular environment, you would, because it's only 180 feet from water to water. And the issues of whether they own the road or not, I think, are distractions. So I would think that if we get some of these other permits out of the way, the dock, the construction, we would have a better facility to consider this in actuality, as opposed to considering all the speculations that we're talking about right now.
Okay.
Is it okay for me, David, can I please just ask what your address is? You just said across the cove, and I think technically you have to state what your address is.
Sure. It's 3 Bluff Point Road.
Okay.
I'm sure you've seen it.
Thank you.
One of the things that you said was something about neighbors or owner or whatever fulfilling various responsibilities. I don't know. What remind me of what it is you said that you thought a permit here should be contingent on?
Well, so there's a revegetation plan next door, and obviously that house is still under construction, as you know, Michael. And there's been maybe there was a move towards vegetation, but there's nothing there currently. And so, I think it would be good to make some progress on that vegetation plan before you come and ask for more.
Fred, how do you view that? Can we link 2 properties like that together, even if they have a mutual owner?
Depends if if they're in single and separate ownership, they're in single and separate ownership. Right. I'd have to see that.
Well, I understand that. I know the LLCs are all at the same address in New York City. So I understand that they may be under different ownership, but that doesn't really change the reality that, yes, the revegetation has to happen. I know we have a 3-year look back on that. And frankly, we need to be realistic about this 180-foot wide spit of land. This is not, some farm field in Bridgehampton. It's 180 feet. There's no space for anything, and there's no elevation. So it is difficult, and I appreciate the design choices that are being made to make that work. But as the code in the village provides, essentially, the setbacks are such that there is no real building envelope there other than 357 square feet. So, there is that, basic fact that should be dealt with.
And how do you interpret the fact that the code says that minimum structures have to be 800 square feet?
Well, so I guess if you say you have to be 800 square feet and you only have a 357, square foot building envelope, you need a variance for 460 square feet.
Right.
You know, but they didn't ask for a variance for 460 square feet. They said, well, you know, let's just, you know, build this out.
Variances are not issued under the village's wetlands chapter. I'm just
fair enough.
Yeah, that's
right. But
all
right. So Fred, do you think that we approach the mayor about whether or not how the village would like us to move forward?
I think that's premature.
No.
Okay.
We haven't closed the hearing yet. You know.
But it's a matter of whether or not, you know, just so that there's some thought that, you know, if we declare this unbuildable, is the village prepared to buy it?
I don't think we should be making any determinations about its buildability before the hearing is closed and everybody's had a chance to present their case.
Okay.
Totally agree.
Yes, I believe where we were going with this was that Fred was going to, at the next meeting, provide us with the case law on this so that we could consider that in making any determination. So we'd be asking this to be adjourned until next month for that opportunity to review that legal issue and for any other input that the applicant wants to make.
Well, I think that it would be good if the applicant gave us a vision that was 800, which is the minimum. What was the code that you quoted, Chick?
It's the dimensional requirements of Chapter 300, Attachment 2.
Right. Okay. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to address this application? Doris, any hands up you see?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I have a motion to adjourn this until July 7th, please?
I'll move.
Thank you. Second?
Move.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mike. Who's left on this call?
A lot.
They've all dropped away.
Died in their
still
street.
there? Do we still have a quorum?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes. Just want to let you know, Marianne, Lily had a personal matter and she had to leave the Zoom meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Is Will still there?
Yes.
Okay. So there's 4 of us, 4 hearty souls, plus Chick, plus Fred, plus Doris. All right. So
Three of us.
The last item on the agenda is a new business, 59 Howard Street. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I move.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Is there somebody here to present this application to the Harbor Committee?
We're here.
Hi.
Oh my God.
You ready?
Almost outnumber us.
Sorry.
What have you guys been doing for the last 3 hours?
Doing gum.
Eating dinner.
No, I wish you'd been eating dinner.
Can you go ahead and present what it is you'd like to do here?
Okay. Before I get started, it's Jim Walker from InterScience on behalf of Thomas Stell, 59 Howard Street. We prepared a public hearing outline that's pretty comprehensive. And in consideration of how late it is, I'm going to try to cut it short and try to be kind to the Harbor Committee, but also present the case sufficiently. And for Chick's purposes, we'll submit the public hearing outline directly to the village in writing, black and white. We do have alternatives. We do have all the normal discussions that are included in a wetlands permit. so that you know, this is a improved property. It's immediately adjacent to a freshwater wetlands that's owned by the town and the village jointly. That freshwater wetlands functions as a recharge basin. And that's the picture that you're looking at. That's the recharge basin. I believe the village approved a swimming pool across the street, just to the directly opposite the recharge basin, when InterScience still did the village environmental consulting. In any case, what we're proposing to do on this 17,720 square foot property is construct additions to the 2-story single family residence. There's an existing historic structure there. We're going to make minor improvements to this to the historic structure, and we're going to provide an addition to the side, which is conforming to the GFA that's allowed for the property. One thing that the board needs to know is there's no basement or attic storage proposed because we're in a flood zone. The existing historic house is FEMA compliant, but there is no ability to have a basement or attic storage in addition to the house or to the historical renovation of the existing house. That's important for you to know. The other thing that's important for you to know is there are improvements on the site which are odd, and they are run down and they're falling apart, and property owner is going to take this area and they're going to improve the wetland setbacks. They're going to remove the things that are there that are odd and run down and replace it with a house that they can raise a family in. This is Thomas Stell. Probably recognize the name. This is for a family. They're going to abandon the existing system. They're going to install an innovative alternative on-site wastewater treatment system that goes in the back to the right of that slate patio. They're going to remove existing wood retaining wall, concrete retaining wall, non-conforming shed, patio, garage, and trellis. We are providing a non-disturbance, non-fertilization buffer. It's designed by John Hamilton, the LaGuardia design, and it's bigger than what is required. The reason why it's bigger than it's required is our setback is 61 feet, or 75 feet are required. We are decreasing the amount of non-conformance for this project. We're taking away the schlock that's in the back, and we're putting up a pleasant home where a family can raise children, and it will improve the wetland setback by 14 feet. It will decrease the amount of pre-existing non-conforming from 480 square feet to 214 square feet. We provided a response to Nelson Pope and Voorhees May 11, 2022, and this is basically a highlight of those issues that were raised. Planting plan uniform buffer is 4762. I'm going to do these things kind of quick, so if you're bored, just tell me to hurry. If you missed something, stop me. The proposed buffer is
quick question, if I may, because it's an important point. So the proposed non-conforming is about 265 feet less than existing, but does that include that other little shed that's being removed?
Yes, it does.
It does. Yeah. Two architects right behind me.
So the total proposed non-conforming includes the pre-existing up top.
And you can see the areas that were pre-existing non-conforming in red, and those are going to be removed, and those improvements will be taken away.
Got it. Thank you.
And the nice buffer is bigger than what is required, and we did that on purpose. Nelson Pope and Voorhees asked for various clarifications on the construction materials. Those items can be submitted in writing. You don't have to stay up till 10:30 to listen to that. We'll go right into the standards. The existing house is 1,135 square feet, first floor, 560 square feet on the second floor. The total is 1,695. The proposed house will be 2,162 square feet on the first floor and 1,252 square feet on the second floor for a total of 3,414. Why is that important? The GFA is 3,417. So this house is conforming to the code completely in terms of zoning. For the standards that Chick has brought up several times and the board has talked about tonight, the minimum setback is 61 feet, 9.5 inches where 75 feet are required. All other aspects of the project conform to the 75-foot setback. The architect has provided alternative analysis.
Yeah.
And we're going to look at them real quick. Now, when we're looking at non-conforming conditions, these are intended to satisfy Section 285-9D alternative analysis. The first one shows the same size building oriented on the back of the existing house. And it kind of occupies the same areas that are currently the location of those hokey structures that are already there. However, the conforming area, the non-conforming area is still 258 square feet. And the new house addition is slammed onto the back of the existing historic structure. So there's two things that are a detractor. We lose the backyard use of the property because now there's a house there and it kind of blocks the connection to the backyard. And we lose the ability to maintain the nice part about Sag Harbor is historic homes. So we want to not do that. That's alternative scheme number one. The alternative scheme number two shows the same size house directly behind the existing historic home. That occupies even more of the backyard and really ruins the ability to have a family there and have a backyard where you can play catch with your kid. The sanitary system, just so in all the cases, is located to the left of the drawing, and that is the IA-OWTS system with a trench. And it is fully compliant with all the wetlands regulations, and it's more than, I believe, 111 feet. So the alternative scheme number two also has problems with pyramid law, and the zoning is not the greatest, but the biggest problem is preserving the nature of the historic house and having an addition that's not slammed up to the existing historic home. So the whole idea with the architecture here is that we have a house addition that's big enough for a family to move in and raise children, but still preserve the historic nature of the area. It conforms to gross floor limitation. It improves the encroachment by 266 square feet. We'll submit this information in writing for Chick and for the Harbor Committee. The existing setback is 54 foot, 3.5 inches. The proposed setback is 61 feet, 9.5 inches. So we improve the setbacks by 7 feet, 6 inches. And we preserve the integrity of the existing residents.
I'm kind of losing you now. Can you just go through that again? The last little bit you said?
If I went too fast, I apologize.
No, that's all right. We appreciate your attention.
Not too fast, not too fast.
Go ahead.
The night so you can all go home.
No. It was just the last one that you were just like the last 2 minutes of what you said.
The proposed setback to the residential addition is 61 feet, 9.5 inches. Right. 75 feet is required.
Right.
The existing setback is 54 feet, 3.5 inches, which means we're moving the improvements back 7 feet, 6 inches. It means we're doing the best we can while still preserving the historic nature of the existing home. The project preserves the integrity of the existing residence. Now, we submitted architectural plans by Stella Rouhani. We submitted a sanitary system plan by East End Coordinates, and Nelson Pope and Voorhees asked us for documentation that were separate from the groundwater. So there's cross-section information on those plans. Those plans are under review at the county, and they're ready for approval pending the wetlands permit. The landscape plans were done by LaGuardia Design, and it shows ambitious wetlands buffer planting plan that we're proud of, and we have designed it to be more than the 50 foot that's required to compensate for the few feet that we're missing on the residential addition. The survey is by Saskis, and I think I'm done except for answering questions. For if I went too fast on anything, I apologize, but I'm getting a headache because it's late. So,
me too.
I have two architects and the landscape architect here, and I'm here to answer any questions that Chick or the Harbor Committee may have.
Can you show us version number 3 again that takes away the ball field? Right.
There you go. There's no place to play catch.
Right. But in version 2, you offset the extension off to the right. Couldn't you just make that extension fatter and then just end it when you hit the wetlands? And do you know what I'm saying?
Both the alternative diagrams do accomplish the wetlands setbacks as best as possible. The real problem here is we're in the village of Sag Harbor, and it's in a historic district, and the house that's there is nice. It's a cute house, it's historic, it looks just like the rest of Sag Harbor. It looks like it belongs. So what we don't want to do is add on to a house in a historic district and destroy the integrity of the house by adding an addition that's directly onto a historic structure. That's really the whole thrust of the program.
Well, yeah.
Can I say something?
We have Fred Stell right here.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for your endurance. I think you have more endurance than I do. My name is Fred Stell, and in addition to being an architect, I'm the father of the applicant. So initially, when we looked at the site, what you call the scheme one, the alternate scheme one, was our initial intention was to push that house back further and separate it from the existing historic structure with a kind of an enclosed breezeway, so that you would have a new structure behind the old structure that was freestanding. It would eliminate those eyesore buildings, but the problem with making it wider is that it's a double-edged sword, because as you make the building wider, it's got a pitched roof, the roof goes higher, and it increases the degree of the pyramid law setback. So as you make it wider, it has to go the side to the left where you see the dashed blue line has to be moved into the right further. So it's a constant sort of chasing your tail scheme. And as Jim pointed out, it basically cuts off the backyard from the house. So it was not, we thought that the better alternative was to turn the structure so it stands freely from the existing historic structure and appears to be independent instead of just banging into it, as Jim said, and to try to minimize the proportions to reduce the height of the building. So that's the reason for the narrow shape. And the narrow shape also happens to work well with a single loaded house, meaning you have a hallway down one side and you have usable rooms on the other side. And it does leave some encroachment, a reduced encroachment into the wetland setback, but the offsets are the increased buffer area and the reduction of that nonconformity. I mean, I guess if we did scheme 3, we could leave the existing structures there because we wouldn't be interfering with them with the new house. So, we're trying to thread that needle where the village gets all of the benefits of a new project that straightens out some of the problems, brings the building and the site plan up to code for the wetlands buffers, and eliminates some of the ugly accessory structures in the backyard, and also eliminates that accessory structure at the rear yard that's in the non-conforming location. So we think there's a lot of benefits to it, and the offset, of course, is leaving some degree of non-conformity, although reduced.
How long have you been listening to this meeting?
Since 5 o'clock.
Right. So you've heard us put, this whole thing about setbacks. It's not like, well, it's a historic structure. I mean, I know that that's what your hearts and minds are at because you're designers, but that's not really like the marching orders that we have with our Code 285. I sympathize and I understand your point of view, but I think from my point of view, I'm going to ask you to think harder because you're all very creative people, and that we can have a win-win here and still get the setback.
Well,
Chick, what do you have to say? I'm tired and I jumped in there, but Chick, you make your.
I mean, the problem is that it's true we could put the building behind the existing building, but then you basically cut off the rear yard. I mean, we're already reduced in terms of usable area by the size of the wetland setbacks, and we're okay with that because we like native vegetation and we think it will be beautiful. But it does reduce the amount of usable area for the site, and we do want to get rid of those non-conforming structures because we think they're ugly. We don't like the encroachment, but we also want to try to achieve something that satisfies the Architectural Review Board, that satisfies people walking by in the village. And I understand that that's not your marching orders. We have to juggle the marching orders of all the boards.
But has ARB signed off on this already?
No.
No, we did an informal review with them, and they basically said, come back to us once the Harbor Committee is weighed in on it.
Oh, good for them.
Well, that was the intent, really, was to get everybody, speaking about the same subject.
And regarding the environmental issues, Mary Ann, there are good faith effort by the landscape architect to add on to the buffer and make it bigger than what is required and to make it substantial. If you take a look at John Hamilton's work, it's really nice. Not only that, he put 3 nice big trees in front of the proposed addition. So from Howard Street, when you drive down the little cute street, you won't be able to see the proposed addition, and the streetscape and the naturalization of the wetlands buffer is going to blend this property right into the recharge basin and make it look like a little park, and it's going to be nice. This is a real effort. It's not a haphazard wetlands buffer. It's something that's pretty elegant and pretty well done.
Chick, what are your comments?
My comment is you have to meet the 75-foot structure setback.
Yep.
There's plenty of room to do it. There's been some, certainly some discussion on the part of the applicant with regard to architecture and yard space. But I would point out that the pool is taking up yard space to play ball. And you can use the area once you relocate the addition to the structure farther from the wetlands to meet the 75 feet. There's an area between the 50 and the 75 feet that would also be yard area. That, you know, we're just looking for a 50-foot buffer. So there's just plenty of room to do it. And I just don't think you're going to be able to show that there's no practical alternative here and meet the burden of 285-9D.
Thank you. So
how would you feel if we left the existing structures and just improved them to make a garage out of it?
if that's what you, well, I'm not going to say that. Why don't we, you know, it's been a really long night. And maybe we all need to just think about this. But I would really like you to think about what Chick just said. He said it very succinctly. And I think it at least echoes my feelings that you have a lot to work with here and that it can be a win-win. You're all very talented people. I've seen your work before. You're very talented.
Our goal is a win-win.
Okay.
Is the historic house in front also listed at 63 Howard Street?
There's two houses side by side, and I think the one next door is 63. So we're 59, and I think the one to the west, I'm sorry, yeah, to the south is maybe 63. They look like twins.
Yeah.
Okay, I just, when I look at aerials, it looks like it's showing it as 63 Howard Street. But
the Harbor Committee should remember that this is a wetlands associated with a drainage basin. Right. This is not this is not a wetlands that is regulated by the state. This is an area that receives stormwater from the road, and the village has run into this wetlands area before. And there are a record of improvements granted to the property owner immediately across the street. I think making projects conform to wetland setbacks is obvious, and it's a smart idea in almost every case. But when we are in the wetlands buffer and providing a sensitive architectural plan, I think that should be taken into account by the Harbor Committee.
Is this a natural wetlands or was this created?
It was probably created by the road, by Long Island Avenue, because it's definitely sloping down, but Long Island Avenue is higher. So it's basically acted as a barrier from
a trap for the water.
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem with wetlands. As I said, I like native vegetation. I'm not a big lawn guy. But I would also echo what one of the earlier applicants said, was that the benefits of this application so far outweigh the disadvantages that it seems to me like it is a win-win situation.
Well, I guess we have different perspectives on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is true that the benefits far outweigh what's there. I mean, that is a true statement. The question is, are we prepared to accept a minor incursion into the buffer in order to achieve that? I mean, there's no question.
With a 10% increase in the area of the buffer, so you're actually gaining more buffer area than you're losing.
Well, into the setback, I should say, the actual setback.
Right.
So the setback
both can be true.
Doesn't have anything to do with what the purpose of the buffer is. The purpose of the buffer is water recharge, right? And it's to avoid nutrients going into the water table.
Exactly.
So you're actually getting a better solution
You know, Lily left. Will, do you have a comment here?
No. Well, Chick said 75 feet.
Man. What?
Chick said 75 feet. So that's kind of where we got to go with this.
That's Chick said it so well in terms of my feelings about it. John, I think you're kind of on that same train. Can I ask if there's comments from the public at this point? I think somebody was hanging around.
Yes,
for a while.
yes, Marianne, we
Still there?
have a raised hand, and can you state your name for the record? And
Augusta Folks.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for hanging in there. It's been a long night, right?
My gosh, I think it's 4 hours. I must commend the board for the thoroughness, for sure.
Actually, we started at 5 or 4:30.
I was going to say it's 5 hours.
4:30.
Yeah, 4:30.
Okay. My comment is especially pertinent, as far as I'm concerned, to drainage, on-site drainage, because that is definitely a wetlands, and most of the area that you're talking about as far as your house is concerned is going to be draining directly into that wetland. And it is definitely wetlands. I was just walking by it today. And as long as you've got some on-site drainage so that it doesn't exacerbate the problem when there is a lot of flooding and water, so that a lot of the drainage from your property doesn't go into that wetlands. That's my main concern. But I certainly appreciate what the board has been doing as far as the setbacks from the wetlands. When I saw you try and recreate 88 Redwood, I understand what you're doing here for certain. And of course, I agree with the size of the pool. That was not my issue, but certainly in terms of what you've been talking about all night long is consistent with what you're saying right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have George Held. I'm going to ask Mr. Held to unmute, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm George Held, and I live right behind the property that's in question right now. It's odd to meet my new neighbor, Mr. Stell, as an adversary, but it seems that's the way things go with the Harbor Committee. And I'd like to point out that I bought my house in 1971, and I have seen repeated flooding in the backyard of Mr. Stell's property. In fact, the last year or two before it was sold, I saw the owner at that time repeatedly fill and then be reflooded, fill again, be reflooded, and it goes on and on.
What is he filling? I'm sorry, Mr. Held. When you say he's filling and then it's reflooded, what is he filling? Is he draining the water somewhere else?
No, he was just dumping fill in there.
Oh, Phil, I'm sorry. Yes.
Phil.
Yeah.
What did you think I said?
I just misunderstood. My mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. So anyway, if you build a pool right next to that area, that gets flooded, as my neighbor Gusty has just pointed out. What is going to happen the next time we have one of these torrential downpours and the water flows back down the incline behind the house and where the pool was stuck into the ground?
Chick, do you have an answer for that? Some kind of subdivision?
We would look at test holes on the property. I do want to, maybe I'll just, if Mr. Held is done, I can just, and I don't want to belabor this, but it might be helpful. This is the survey of the property. Hang on.
No, that's not the survey.
I know.
I'm not that tired.
Well, what do you see now? Do you see the aerial? I'm sorry, aerial.
That actually is the survey.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It is?
That is our survey. Yeah. Survey.
Oh.
To the right. Definitely from our drive.
Howard Street, right?
All right. So, you see an aerial photograph now?
No.
No.
You're seeing the survey.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. I think it is late. Why can't I get myself back to the survey? I'm so sorry. Hang on. There we go. Let me expand this. 1 second. Okay. So here's the survey. This area is flood zone X. I'm sorry, flood zone AE6. So this is Mr. Held's property. And I'll show you a topographic map of the area in a second, if I can do that right. But clearly this area is low lying. It does flood. This is the wetland delineation. And this area is flood zone X, which is less prone to flooding. So that's based on the FEMA maps. If I do a new share, this is the aerial photograph. The subject property is here. And this is a topographic map. And this will help show the topography in the region. This is Mr. Held's property. This is the 10-foot contour. This is the 5-foot contour. And the surveyed elevations are in the range of 4 feet on the north side of the 59 Howard Street property. And you can see the elevations to the south are a little bit higher, and there's this finger. So there's no question that we have shallow depth to groundwater. We do have the potential for flooding. If I go back to the aerial photographs, I just want to speak to what Jim talked about before, because we haven't really gotten into value of wetlands, but this is the wetland parcel, and it's been wooded. You know, if I go back to 2001, it's extensively wooded. 1984, a little tough to see, the image isn't as good, but it's been wooded all through time. Here's 2004, 7, 10, 13, 16, and 2020. So I would call that a pretty nice freshwater wetlands that really is helping to dissipate stormwater in the area, collect stormwater, and is shallow depth to groundwater. So I don't want to, get into a weighing of wetlands. I would call this important wetlands, and it's important to meet the setbacks. As far as the pool, I'll let Jim or the architectural team address depth to groundwater, how the pool will be constructed, if it's going to be filled in that area, if there's dewatering needed, and what the test hole shows on the property. And that is typically part of our review, but I think the applicant should discuss that.
Happy to touch on that. John Hamilton, LaGuardia Design Group, a little bit of late night landscape architecture here. Thank you for your time. So we did spend a bunch of time studying these conditions. The grading and drainage is very important on the site, given its low-lying nature. The pool is actually raised out of the grade slightly. I'll actually share my screen here. We have a cross-section. So because of the minimum requirements from groundwater, you can see the pool wall is raised up above grade. So no fill is required. It's just set higher to create the profile. It doesn't even have a true deep end. So that's how we get around the issues with being close to groundwater and without using fill for this. So the pool, the way it's designed, it has no issues with these comments here, I believe. In terms of the grading and drainage, it's no surprise there are issues on the property in its current state. There are no dry wells or connections or anywhere for the water to be properly drained to currently. There's also a huge amount of lawn in the buffer area at the existing site. It's actually this red line here that traces the boundary. There's even a point where the lawn, the mowed fertilized lawn is within about 12 inches of the flagged wetland. So all of this water is pouring straight off into the wetland. A great technique in landscape architecture is the filtering of rainwater, the slowing down of runoff. So this native buffer of perennials, grasses, woody shrubs, trees, all of this is going to slow down and filter that water before it gets to this very important wetland that Chick you mentioned there. And with this site plan iteration here that Fred and Jim presented, and the functionality being, further away from the wetland, it allowed us to create quite a larger non-fertilization, non-disturbance buffer in this green here, given that the structures were oriented in this manner. So I think all of the efforts that we're taking here, including low-profile drain systems, the capturing of water from lawn and roofs and properly putting them back into these structures will really improve all of these drainage issues for the property and be a huge upgrade to the street and the neighborhood.
Yeah, just to further illuminate that, the sort of the yellow mustard colored line is going through the buffer area is what the current 50-foot setback would be. And the darker green line is where we propose to terminate all the non-native stuff and begin the buffer. So there is an effort to try to do, as John said, which is to encourage the recharge of the rainwater, groundwater coming down a hill. And right now, there's nothing there to do that.
I'll just point out that that's why we like buffers. That's why chapter 2
and that's
buffers and
by 15.
That part of the design.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and that's why we've increased it by 15%. Not only because of the practical aspect, but as I said, I like the idea of the wetlands and having lawn beyond the cars to the north of the house is virtually meaningless.
Hello, can anybody hear? Yes, my name's Jacqueline Worth and I live right next door to the wetlands. And my backyard, I have to tell you, every time it rains, I am flooded with a big puddle in my backyard. So it is a great concern of mine also with the pool. I don't know exactly, I noticed that at 59 Garden Street today, matter of fact, that their pool is above ground. Now I know Fred Stell is a very good architect, and I'm certain that he could do something that would be very architecturally beautiful, landscaped and everything with an above ground type of pool. I saw that at 59 Garden. And it was landscaped very nicely. I'm just very, very concerned. I think the wetlands should be left alone. I've many a times wanted to level my property because I slope down in the backyard. But unfortunately, I've decided I would never do that because I don't want to disturb the wetlands. So I am a little concerned. I don't mind that somebody wants to renovate their home or make improvements to a home, but the pool situation does concern me.
Thank you. Could you state your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Jacqueline Worth, and my husband is also owner of the house with me, and his name is Ronald Palacci.
And your address?
My address is 107 Long Island Avenue. I happen to know the house quite well because my grandparents owned that house at one time in the 1930s.
Wow.
So I'm a native Sag Harbor person, like 4 to 5 generations. And it absolutely concerns me just because of the wetlands. I think it should be left for the wildlife.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Worth.
You're quite welcome.
Does the applicant?
First of all, I was not notified I was very disappointed because they sent a package, a certified package, I know, to my neighbor, but they sent it to an address that my husband hasn't lived at for 12 years. So I was I wasn't able to review it or look to see what was going on. And, I usually like to see, what the plans are.
So, Doris, can you tell us where you get the addresses of the neighbors?
Yes, as discussed with Ms. Worth today, I explained to her that the applicant is responsible to send out the notices and certify return receipts, and from the last assessment of the taxes, the roll, and that's the address that they were sent.
They sent it to Forest Hills, and my husband hasn't lived there in 12 years.
Correct. So I advised Ms. Worth to contact the village clerk's office to update the address.
Well, are you getting your tax bills from Forest Hills?
No, not at all. No, my taxes are included in my mortgage. I just know that I can go down to the village, and have the address changed.
All right, well, sorry that happened. I think, the tax rolls are about as dependable as we have for addresses for neighbors. Right. So this is one time where it didn't work.
Right.
But thank you for persevering. You've been here for like hours. Thank you.
A long time.
Okay. Anybody else, Doris? Do you see any other hands?
I do not see. No hands.
Okay. Can I recommend that we adjourn this until July 7th and hope that the applicant gives our feedback some really diligent thought?
We will do that.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn until July 7th? No. You don't have a vote in this. But thank you for the laugh.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Will. Yes. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Second. See you all. Thank you all.
Thank you for persevering.
See you in July. Bye. Okay, so Doris, you still want us to approve these minutes?
I know it's a long night, but yeah. I do have.
Wait, we have two discussion items. Are there people here waiting to discuss?
Yes, we have two discussion items: 62 Jones Lane and 11 Amherst Street.
Okay.
Can I see Lori Wilshire?
I'm here.
Hi, Lori.
Hi. So we submitted a survey showing potential redevelopment of the property with a new home and decking, an IA septic system, a garage, a future potential apartment if those laws go through, a swimming pool, pool house, and pickleball court. So I can share my screen.
Sure. And you're ready. And you are representing 62 Jones Lane, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
David Burke is actually on the line with us. What happened to my screen sharing?
I don't know. It said that you were the co-host, but
there we go. Oh, and a dock, a proposed dock. And this is on Round Pond. So before we start in front of, we wanted to get your comments on what we're thinking about doing here.
Can you walk us through the setbacks?
Yes, sure. Obviously the dock would not have any setbacks. The setback to the pickleball court is 70 feet. The setback to the swimming pool is 130. The pool house is 139. The house is 173. And the garage apartment is 168 from wetlands. There are no dimensional relief sought.
Well, you are asking it for the pickleball court. The setback is 75, and you said that's only 70.
It's 70.
Right.
So you want to see that move back 5 feet?
Yes, please.
Okay.
What is a pickleball court anyway?
It is a small version of a tennis court.
It's
a very popular.
So essentially, it's like paved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's go over to North Haven Town Hall. They have one there. You can take a look at it.
Okay.
Are there any versions that are pervious?
Oh, that I don't know about. I don't know that much about pickleball courts. We'll have to look into it.
Well, there's grass tennis courts, obviously.
It's a different type of ball. This is a harder ball. It's not a bouncy ball. I mean, it bounces, but it's hard. So I'm not sure. It may scar a soft surface.
Okay, check it out.
The point is, it's an impervious surface. It's like a paved driveway or something of that sort in terms of what it's.
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Reading right now, it says that there are permeable pavement solutions to pickleball courts.
Very good. All right, we'll look into that.
Available.
But it counts as a structure.
Right. So you still have to move it back, but it gives us a better ratio in terms of, pervious versus impervious. Can you walk us up to the top of your diagram? There we go. And are you putting in an IA system here? Did you already comment on that?
I did, but where did it go? It's
hard to lose an IA system.
I swear it was here a minute ago. It was right here.
Yeah, actually, I have a survey that you submitted, and it is on it.
Yes. Oh, that's what it is. I'm looking at this one. Right. Yes, I'm looking at the one I have in my hand. Yeah, it's in this area up here.
Okay.
You can see my cursor?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So that's part of the project for sure.
So Chick, do you have any comments, hints, suggestions before they go through the full Megillah and come back?
Certainly the same comment, Marianne, about the pickleball court. It looks like there's room to meet the 75-foot setback. The site is very nicely wooded now. So to the extent that you can, even beyond the 50-foot, retaining some of that vegetation would be very favorable in my opinion. I think it provides good shade, good habitat. We have the 50-foot setback, but it's just a thought.
Mm-hmm.
And Lori, if you scroll down to Round Pond, your dock structure was 6 by 24. We'd probably look for a 4-foot wide.
Okay.
That's a little wider than I would typically see.
Okay.
And it's some kind of clear material, so the grasses grow underneath it.
Yes, I know Lori knows all about that.
Yeah, we do.
And what's the nature of the path? Is that just like a mulch path down there, or what?
Yeah, it wasn't we weren't planning on putting any sort of stepping stones or anything in there.
Okay, good. Okay.
Nothing other than that. Is that a structure existing that's going to be removed, that rectangle?
I believe it's a garden.
Oh, it's a garden. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments from the Harbor Committee? I guess not. All right, Lori.
Just Lori, when you make application, just make sure you hit all the checklist requirements.
Absolutely.
Show all the setbacks, calculations. Yeah, I think you know.
Yep, you got it. Do we win for the shortest discussion?
Yes.
Well, it's a discussion item. Wait till you come in for real.
Oh, you just gave us such good reviews.
It looks like you'll conform.
No, don't beat us up when we come back. We'll move our pickleball court 5 feet, I promise.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
All right.
Thank you, Lori.
So the next item is 11 Amherst Street.
Correct.
There's a tree growing through a deck.
And we have Patty Weinberg on for 11 Hamster. Please state your name and present.
Patty Weinberg, 11 Amherst. Nice to meet everybody. So I am, you should have gotten a package that my husband put together with lots of pictures of what we did. The property at Amherst and Redwood was completely overgrown when we bought it. The woman who owned it died there. I don't think that she had done anything for decades. You couldn't even see that there was a house on the property. We hired an arborist, and when we hired the arborist, I specifically said to him, are you familiar with Sag Harbor? Because I want to make sure that we are staying compliant with everything. And he assured me that that was the case, and that because we had a bulkhead, we could do whatever we wanted. So we started taking down. So we started to clean up the property, and then we were stopped and told that in fact he was wrong and that we could not just do whatever we wanted. So anyway, there's the one thing that in question is that there's a very, very large maple tree that is coming through the deck of the house. It was built that way, but it's very, very close to the house, and it hangs over the house. And we had two arborists come look at it, and they told us that not only is it going over the house, and you can see on the roof that there's already been branches that have dropped onto the roof, but it's also piercing the foundation of the house. The insurance company for the house, the homeowner's insurance company, came out to do an inspection and said, we're not happy with, we don't want to be responsible for this. Thank you. And I said, well, we are going to go in front of the Harbor Committee and see if we can get permission to have it removed. So they're waiting. So that's it.
What's it doing to your foundation?
Well, it's 10 feet from the house. So, and it's a 60-foot tree. So it's just, it's going under the house into the foundation.
Yeah.
Do you have roots in your cellar?
There's no cellar.
Okay, just the foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a crawl space.
So how do we deal with this, Fred, Chick? It's not a formal application.
No, I mean, Fred, I don't know if you're thinking the same thing, but there's an elephant in the room. I mean, this was a nicely wooded property. I know you had a top work order, but I would think that we would want to see revegetation here.
Right.
All right. Well,
I don't think the tree in the deck is an issue. But
so what triggered this being here? I'm a little confused.
What triggered us being here?
Yeah.
Was because Chris Talbot suggested that we discuss it with you. Yeah, he suggested that we discuss it with you, so that's why we did this.
So this is because it's clearing? Is that why we're talking about this?
Yes.
There was a lot of clearing done here.
Okay. Now I get it. Okay.
So
I mean, there were. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Also, this aerial is visible.
No.
Try again. Still no.
Oh yeah, we got it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. This is the property. This is the house. This is the deck.
Right.
This is the maple tree.
Yes.
The cove and the bulkhead that, unfortunately, you were told incorrectly that limits jurisdiction. It might from a DEC standpoint, but not from a village standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look back, there was quite a bit of vegetation on the site, and based on your photographs, a lot of that was removed. So I think that with Fred's input, we have to determine if there's some type of revegetation that's needed, or if you can document what was removed.
Oh, well, we did. I mean, the package that you have, I believe, has documentation. There were a lot of dead trees on the property. There was a lot of wisteria. The vines were, as thick as an arm all over the property. There were a couple of olive trees that were non-native, but we saved several cherry trees. We saved a large, it's an evergreen. I think it's a pine.
There are a lot of cedars there, and I think you saved all of them as far as I can see.
Yeah, I mean, we saved whatever was good, and whatever we could, we saved. There were a lot of dead trees on the property. I'm telling you, it was a mess.
Well,
would it be unrealistic to ask for some re-veg plan if the building inspector is a little apprehensive or is responding to the accident of clearing? Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, I think Chick hit it, and Will, I think you're right too. I mean, yeah, I think it's a revegetation plan we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
With this.
Right. All right. Just to be clear though, what section are they violating? Because I mean,
what triggers jurisdiction? And to clear or dredge in or near, clear, dig, dredge, or in any other way alter, remove any material, including natural products, from within 150 feet of any boundary of a wetland.
Yes, but there's also the section which allows continued cultivation of a previously cultivated area.
This doesn't look like a cultivated area to me.
Excuse me?
Yeah. You think this is a cultivated area?
And decultivated.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, clearing is one thing, but I mean, continued trimming of trees in an area that was previously cultivated before the code came into effect is not prohibited.
They also did not clear cut this thing.
No.
They just went in and took out underbrush and invasive species. Now, having said that doesn't mean they still might not need a permit, but in reality, that's what they did. So I think you could get a permit and it would not be a big deal to do that, but I think you may still need a permit.
You need a permit, and I think that I kind of have a different feeling. I spent quite a bit of time down there, not as much as you, Herb, but because of the Amherst rain gardens.
Yeah,
and it was just jaw-dropping how much was removed.
Okay.
And part of it was the whole hedge that was actually on village property, right? That whole hedge that went all the way down to the water. But
we didn't remove the whole hedge. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we cleaned out the hedge, but there's still quite a bit of it remaining. And we are planning to put additional privet where the holes are. But we tried to maintain the hedges on both sides.
Because I'd heard at one point that a lot of that hedge was on village property, not true?
I don't know.
Check.
I mean, we thought that we were only dealing with greenery on our property, not on village property.
So check your survey with your title company survey.
Yeah.
Because I was told that that hedge was actually on the village right away. But but I think you need to come back here, and I think we're going to be looking for some replanting.
So that's fine. Who gives us the permit to take down the maple? You?
Yeah, we will.
Include that in the application with the revegetation.
Right.
Okay.
Marianne, if I could, I mean, I would just say, let's think about it from the standpoint of if they were coming into us for a permit to remove invasive plants. We've had that in many cases. We've issued permits for it, but if they're going to remove wisteria, ailanthus, some hedge material, Russian olive, we would probably permit that, but it would be under a controlled situation where we would know the native vegetation that's going to remain and what's going to be replanted. And we just talked on 59 Howard, the one before this, about the value for the applicant really made the case for the importance of buffers and, you know, habitat and filtering stormwater and reducing nitrogen load and all of those things. So I think we have to think of it from that standpoint. What would we have permitted? And that would be certainly removal of invasives, but a revegetation plan.
And does that include a 50-foot buffer?
Well, I wouldn't think so. It looks to me as though a good part of that property was vegetated, but the applicant can certainly, you know, present to us what they.
Why, Chick, wouldn't it have a 50-foot buffer?
Well, they're not proposing any upland work or improvements. And we have, you know, looked at that a little differently in some cases. Here's the survey of the property. But I would like to see a 50-foot buffer. That's what the code requires. And there was a lot of removal of vegetation.
Right. And if I could just add one more thing, because my husband is on a jitney right now, so he can't join us, but he's listening. And he just texted me and said that the part of the hedge that was removed by the road workers. Okay. We kept what was on our side.
Okay.
So there is still hedge there, though there are some holes in it, and we were intending to fill those holes, and we have no problem revegetating. So I guess this means that, so now we fill out an application and submit it to you, right? For applying for a permit.
And that'll be, it'll be an application that'll contain a planting plan of what you know, what the mea culpa is, how you're going to make this property sort of whole.
All right. I mean, it was definitely cultivated decades ago and then left to rot, and we cleaned it up. I mean, we actually did a really good job cleaning it up.
Get a professional on board.
Yeah.
Well,
and it doesn't sound like
we thought we did. All right.
Fred, can I comment? Fred, what I was referring to was 285.4 B2, which excludes the planting, seeding, cultivating, or maintaining without the use of fertilizer or areas that are horticulturally improved on the date of this chapter. So if this is an area that they have planted previous to the chapter and they're simply maintaining it, that's excluded. Now,
but
it's different.
That's the question. I mean, is this maintaining something, or were they clearing?
They were clearing.
That was described to me like you were clearing.
I'm just saying it's a question. If clearing is prohibited, trimming trees, you know, and bushes.
Maintenance is fine. Clearing is not fine.
Okay. As long as we agree that there is a degree of maintenance that is allowed without having to have a permit.
But this property wasn't. This was more than maintenance.
There's the difference.
We were restoring it. That's how we felt. We were cleaning it up and restoring it. I would not call it clearing. There was a lot of dead. I mean, you see the pictures.
I was down there a lot. I never got on the property, but it was very dense, very dense. All right. So I think we've got an agreement here. You're going to fill out an application. You're going to go to a landscape professional. You're going to work with them and come back with a planting plan.
Okay.
And we will see you soon, I hope.
Hopefully. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
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 Don't ask me to deal with the minutes right now.
No.
All right. Doris, we're not doing the minutes now.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, we're just going to wrap it up. You're going to just tell Kate that we just revolted.
All right.
35 p.m.
That's right.
I have to drive home.
We didn't put in a night's work.
I have to go to Hampton Bays.
Oh. All right. Well, the sooner you get out of here, the sooner you get home.
I feel sorry for you, Doris, but I'm in Albany. All right. So,
hope you're not driving.
Doris, stay with me in Sag Harbor. You have your own bedroom and all that stuff.
Oh wow! Thank you. All right.
All right. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting, please?
Take that motion.
All right, second, please.
A second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Great.
Thank you for your hard work.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good job.
It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Adios.
See you next month.
Adios.